Right now, Futian was in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He quietly stood there and looked up into the sky. From different directions, giant figures, who would not be seen on an ordinary day, personally descended upon the Heavenly Mandate Academy just to kill him. This time, the various forces of the 9 realms truly showed him due respect. So many cultivators had gathered to take his life. There were the huge figures of Shin Clan, the sovereign of Golden Divine Nation, the Hierophant of Sky-reaching School, and so on. On any normal day, it was hard to catch a glimpse of them. Now, they had all gathered for his sake. Futian did not know whether he should feel honored or sorrowful. Since the situation was such, there was no stopping it. He was certain to die. With such a lineup, no one in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path could save him. Moreover, the Dark Court and the empty Divine Realm also had their eyes on him. Of this, Futian knew clearly. He was currently known as the number 1 proud son of heaven in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Yet, the 3,000 realms of the Great Path no longer welcomed him. He had used the last month to arrange various matters. He also established a large cultivation matrix in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. After he left, the core figures of the Heavenly Mandate Academy could use it to train. This way, they could make up the shortcomings of his absence. Next to Futian stood many silhouettes. Each one of them was similarly a major figure of the 9 realms. The weakest among them were 9th tier Renhuangs. They were the leaders of the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm. 8th tier Renhuangs were not allowed to participate in the battle. Their presence would be meaningless. On such a battlefield, 8th tier Renhuangs were already of no use in determining how the battle swayed. Moreover, this was a battle that they were certain to lose. They clearly knew the disparity in strength between the two sides. They did not have any notion of luck. Beside Futian were Lord Taixian, Divine Palace Lord, Emperor Nan, Xiao Dingtian, the Dou Tribe Clan Lord, Dragon Master Demon Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, as well as other top cultivators. They were all looking up at the sky. They had decided to join this perilous fight. They also did not know what the future would look like. The worst-case scenario was that this might be the last time they joined forces. They were in this fight for a junior who only had a 2nd-tier divine wheel. However, Futian was recognized by them as a figure who would affect the future of the original realm. Unfortunately, the cultivators of the original realm did not wish to see such a figure reach the top of the realms. Before he had fully developed, they wanted to eliminate him. "They are all here," Lord Taixian whispered as he looked at the silhouettes in the sky. No one was left out of this. All the people that they had considered were all here. Since Lord Taixian and the rest had decided to participate, they would certainly do so, and would not hold back at the slightest. In this battle, Futian would surely die. Under such a murderous atmosphere, the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were extremely dissatisfied with the situation. Yet, they could not do anything. Right then, Futian's figure rose up into the sky. The cultivators beside him followed suit. Futian swept a glance towards the various cultivators in the sky. He suddenly laughed out loud. He originally looked somewhat effeminate and handsome. Now, he revealed a smile that appeared somewhat sinister. This caused the top figures to frown. What was Futian laughing about? "You all truly think highly of me, Futian. You have arranged such a lineup to kill me. You must really be afraid of me being alive," Futian said. His tone was very calm and did not contain a hint of terror or despair. It was as though he was talking about a very common occurrence. "You will not get out alive," Gaitsung said. Many of his juniors had perished at the hands of Futian. He initially thought that Futian was very easy to kill. He had never imagined that, to this day, they would actually require such a powerful force to kill him. However, it was clear that Futian had run out of chances now. "A mere lower-level Renhuang like myself has drawn such a lineup over to kill me. My life has not been in vain," Futian said as he smiled. "I hope that you all may have your wish and slay me here today. Otherwise, if, by chance, I do not die, I am afraid that you all will not be able to eat and sleep in peace." The crowd laughed coldly. "By chance?" Where would such a chance emerge from? Futian had to die. No other possibility was allowed. Today, we have come here to settle the dispute of the original realm. To not involve the heavenly mandate realm cultivators, Futian shall choose the location of the battlefield, said Jian'eo, the college chief of Tianshan Academy. He made it seem as though they were killing Futian to enact justice and quell the conflict between the various forces of the original realm. The dispute in the original realm stemmed from Futian. Futian glanced over at Jian'eo. This college chief of Tianshan Academy was truly hypocritical. To this day, Futian still did not understand why Jian'eo wanted him dead. If Jian'eo had merely wanted to leave him to die last time, Futian could still understand everything that occurred afterward. Yet, Jian'eo had not merely done so and had instead wanted to kill him. Jian'eo had never revealed this desire so openly as others had. He had always done it so obscurely. They also did not have any grudges or clashes between them. Hence, many people easily overlooked this point. Jian'eo had no reason to desire Futian's death. "Let us fight in the sky," Futian suggested. In this battle, only those who participated in it would fight each other. Those who did not take part would not be involved in it. No one else could meddle in this battle without authorization. To maintain order in the original realm, Princess Dongwang had laid down such rules. No one dared to defy these rules easily. The various forces all did not mind. Today, they had come primarily to kill Futian. As for the others who took part, if they could kill them, they would. If they couldn't, it did not matter. Of course, in battle, they did not hesitate to be ruthless. By killing more people, they could also eliminate future troubles. At that moment, another resplendent divine light shone down from the heavens above. The space seemed to split apart, and beams of brilliant light rained down. Many people looked up at the light, and saw a group of silhouettes appearing high in the sky. In the spot where the light was most dazzling, a stunning silhouette appeared there. She did not seem like a person from the mortal plane but instead appeared as though she was an unattainable goddess from heaven itself. It was the first time many of the Heavenly Mandate Realm members saw her, yet they instantly knew who she was. Only Princess Dongwang had such elegance and talent. Many people felt their hearts waver. This was their first time seeing the daughter of Dongwang the Great, ruler of the Divine Prefecture. For this battle, Princess Dongwang had come in person. "Your Highness." The various cultivators in midair bowed slightly in respect towards the silhouette, who had appeared. Futian similarly looked over there. To this day, he still could not grasp the intentions of the daughter of the great emperor. He did not know what she was thinking of. "Futian welcomes your Highness." Futian bowed and said, "After the battle today, Futian has a request for your Highness." "What sort of request?" Princess Dongwang asked. "During the war for the original realm, regardless of whether or not I had kept anything hidden, I still helped the original realm win the battle," Futian said. "I dare not take credit for this alone. However, now the various forces want to kill me because I apparently did not give it my all and resulted in their members dying. Since the forces of the original realm are so united and righteous, after I die, I hope the dispute in the original realm can truly be quelled. I hope the various forces will not try to use this opportunity to retaliate and eradicate the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the forces allied to it. I hope that the conflict of the Heavenly Mandate realm does not continue." Just because he had not given his all, the other forces had used this excuse to press charges against him and wanted to kill him. If so, what reason would they find to eradicate the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the forces allied to it? "I have said that your death will be the end of this war," Princess Dongwang assured him. "Thank you, Your Highness." Futian bowed slightly. He then looked at the others and said, "You all have come to kill me in the name of justice. I hope that in the future you will not betray that principle. If you all go against the Heavenly Mandate Academy, then everything that you are doing now will be considered for personal gain, and you all will have deceived the princess into convicting and killing me." The members of the other forces frowned. This Futian was relentless. Before he died, he actually wanted to restrict them. Was he trying to settle his affairs? Was he trying to do one last thing for the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the forces allied to it? In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the various cultivators all looked at Yi Futian. Up until this moment, he was still looking out for them. They felt saddened. Many of them looked at Yi Futian with more respect in their eyes than when they looked at Princess Dongwang. They seemed to harbor some resentment towards her. As the daughter of the great emperor, Princess Dongwang absolutely had the ability to prevent this battle. However, she had not done so. Although she had rewarded Yi Futian, what meaning did it have? It seemed more like a vain formality. For her to not stop this battle was the same as silently acknowledging all of this. A hero who had turned the tide during the war for the original realm had been abandoned. Hence, many people harbored resentment toward her. In the distant tavern, Mei Ting looked up into the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He looked at the princess. She was the most beloved person in the divine prefectures of the East. Dongwang the Great doted on her excessively. If she knew that the youth below was related to Emperor Yi Qing, would she kill him herself? Or should it be said that she already knew of this and was making use of others to kill him? However, this was unimportant. Mei Ting continued to drink and watch the proceedings quietly. Today, he was merely an observer. Right then, Yi Futian's group continued forward, heading up high into the sky. The surrounding cultivators also joined them merrily, especially the members of Heavenly Mandate Academy. Their silhouettes rose high into the sky. "Do not approach," Lord Taixian ordered as he lowered his head and looked at them below. His tone was stern as he warned the Heavenly Mandate Academy's cultivators not to approach the battlefield. Those who were below the upper-level Rahwang Plain could not survive this battle at all. They would perish if they were caught in the aftermath. Hence, Lord Taixian did not allow them to get near. Only then did the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy stop their advance. Yuxing clenched his fists as demonic will circled around him. He looked at the silhouettes in the sky with a cold and furious look. He would remember the people who participated in today's battle. In the future, the Heavenly Mandate Academy would eventually pay this debt back. Xia Qingyuan looked at the white-haired silhouette. There was a look of pain in her eyes. Although Yi Futian had driven her away, she still did not leave. She wanted both of them to make it through this crisis together. Yet, it seemed impossible. Even Yi Futian and the others believed that there was no hope. Hua Fenglu, Dou Zhao, Qi Xiangang, and many others looked up into the sky. They clearly remembered the conversations that they had with Yi Futian these past few days. It was just that they had a lot of questions regarding what Yi Futian had said to them. They did not understand his words fully. The silhouettes rose higher and higher into the sky and gradually became blurry. High up in the sky, Yi Futian and the others ascended. Very soon, they had left the ground far behind until they reached the edge of the sky. Only then did they stop. Yi Futian looked around at the crowd, at the familiar figures around him. He felt a warmth inside as he said, "Thank you, everyone. Let me send you off," Lord Taixian said. Yi Futian nodded his head solemnly. In the heavens above, at the edge of the sky, looking down from where they were, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was no longer in view. They could only see a huge landmass as they were already high in the sky. A chaotic storm rampaged. Right now, the top figures of the realm stood in various parts of the space. Yi Futian stood in the center. Lord Taixian, Emperor Nan, Divine Palace Lord, and the others circled him. Right now, they appeared very calm as they looked at the cultivators in various directions. They were all top figures. Most of the people who participated in this battle were still the local top cultivators of the original realm. After all, there were restrictions on the members of the Divine Prefecture. As long as they participated in this battle, they remained in the original realm for 10 years without leaving. 10 years was not a long time, but they still did not want to stay here for 10 years. Moreover, the lineup to kill Yi Futian today was more than enough. There was no chance of them failing. There was no suspense at all. Otherwise, Martial God Clan and Sky Reaching School would not have joined in. Although they had some conflicts with Yi Futian, the hatred between them did not run deep in reality. The reason why they wanted to eliminate Yi Futian was primarily to prevent future troubles. The Heavenly Mandate Academy and their allied forces were too powerful. Once Yi Futian developed, the Heavenly Mandate Academy allied forces and the possessors of flawless divine wheels beside him would directly rule the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. When that time came, who could contend with them? Setting aside whether or not Yi Futian would seek revenge on them, even if he didn't, other forces like Yuanyang clan, Shao clan, and many more forces were close to Yi Futian, whereas they had had friction with Yi Futian. If so, who would rise and fall did not need to be mentioned, as it was understood in a glance. Hence, Yi Futian had to die. If Yi Futian perished, at least they could still maintain their current status quo. When Shin clan and Golden Divine Nation approached them, they had agreed to act without hesitating for too long. Even Yi Futian could not escape from such a lineup. The plan was flawless. As for the alliance of Divine Palace and Golden Divine Nation, they were not too worried. It was an alliance originally established to deal with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. As long as Yi Futian died, everything would end. They did not have so many scruples over it. They were not concerned about how the Heavenly Mandate Academy developed afterward. The cultivators of the Academy would not be able to threaten these top forces. They might be able to suppress the cultivators of the Academy from time to time to keep them in check. Even further away, on the outskirts of the region, many cultivators were observing the battle. Among them were cultivators from the Divine Prefecture forces such as the Song Imperial Palace and the cultivators of the Dark Court. Of course, Princess Dongwang, Spear Emperor Diu, and the other cultivators were also here. They had personally come to observe the battle. Since the end result is determined, why do we need to fight this battle? Jiao Ao, the college chief of Tianshan Academy, asked the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. What does the college chief want? Emperor Nan responded to Jian Ao. In reality, Emperor Nan also did not understand. Jian Ao was the person with the least reason to take action on Yi Futian. Regardless of how powerful the Heavenly Mandate Academy or Yi Futian were, the Tianshan Academy would still be the training holy land of the Central Emperor realm. There was no harm even if the Heavenly Mandate Academy surpassed them. After all, they were not sections. Only the fame of Tianshan Academy would be affected. If Jian Ao had come to kill Yi Futian for this reason, his reasons were insufficient. Emperor Nan, what are your intentions for joining this battle? Jian Ao asked Emperor Nan back. Both of them could be considered the top cultivators of the original realm. Emperor Nan looked at Jian Ao. He did not respond, and he did not get the answer he wanted to hear from Jian Ao. Perhaps only Jian Ao himself knew. Divine Sword Qinghe flew out from Emperor Nan's hand and floated high in the sky. Instantly, endless green divine light enveloped the endless space. The light contained frightening and destructive sword will that seemed capable of destroying everything. Divine Palace Lord also took a step forward, and a towering divine mountain immediately appeared around them. It enveloped Yi Futian's figure within it. Divine Palace Lord stood on top of the divine mountain. A stone tablet frenziedly expanded while emanating astonishing might. Lord Taishian also stood atop the divine mountain. Guqin's strings of the great path appeared around them. He extended his hands and used the great path and the surroundings as his Guqin strings to play a song. It was the song of the lost divine. From the sounds of the Guqin, many people could sense sorrow as well as rage. This seemed to reflect Lord Taishuan's current mood. The Dou tribe clan lord and the leader of the clan of the Seven Slayers stood to the left and right. One of them emanated an overbearing spirit from his body while the other had a murderous intent on him that covered the endless space. Shao Dingtian and the clan lord of Yuanyang clan also released their respective powerful auras. Dragon Master, Golden Raven Demonic Lord, Divine Elephant Emperor, and the other top figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm surrounded Yi Futian, forming layers of defenses around him. In the sky, a frightening storm of the Great Path was swept up. The cultivators on the other side stood at different locations, allowing the storm to bash against them. They similarly had astonishing auras around their bodies. The three top cultivators of the Shin clan stood together. Divine halos emanated from their bodies. The brilliant halos destroyed all powers of the Great Path. An unparalleled spatial storm rampaged, cleaving the space apart. The three top cultivators of the Shin clan all had divine eyes. They looked ahead at the sky above. Sharp blades that cleaved the space apart appeared from different locations and slashed towards where the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were. It was the Tianshan cleave that could slash through all existences. Under the frightening storm of the Tianshan cleave, spatial cracks seemed to appear. Upon reaching the levels of the three top cultivators of the Shin clan, they could already rip apart the space of the original realm. Before, during the battle in the Shadow Realm, when Spear Emperor Du and the Lord of the Underworld had fought, Spear Emperor Du had forcefully penetrated the space of the original realm and led the Lord of the Underworld away. Swoosh! A green divine light that was frightening beyond comparison radiated. Divine Sword Qinghe flew out again from Emperor Nan's hand and directly pierced through the space. It stabbed up into the sky above. Endless green divine light swept out. When the menacing storm of the Tianshan cleave reached the area of the green divine light, it actually gradually shattered into dust under the light. It was as though no attack could approach the domain of the green divine light. The various cultivators stared at Emperor Nan. As expected of one of the peak existences of the Divine Prefecture, he used his domain to cover Yi Futian. If they did not have a powerful enough force today, it would have been truly difficult to kill Yi Futian. After all, the lineup of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was also terrifyingly powerful. However, this time, it was also impossible for Emperor Nan to protect Yi Futian. The winds and the clouds around them shifted. The destroyed Tianshan cleave technique sealed this region within itself. They naturally could tell that Yi Futian's side was using an attack as a defensive measure. It was to protect Yi Futian within. The two strongest cultivators of Golden Divine Nation stood in the sky above. It was as though they had become deities. Their figures became majestic and authoritative. They wielded golden divine spears in their hands. The sigh of the divine god sounded, and the great path resonated with it, blocking the sounds of the Guqin. At the same time, formless destructive storms swept downwards. Rumble! Bolts of frightening golden lightning struck down from the sky. The two deities sent their two divine spears stabbing out at the same time. From the heavens above, a beam of light shone down. The heaven-slaying light immediately penetrated through the domain of the green divine light and pierced towards Yi Futian at its center. Another huge rumble could be heard. The gigantic stone tablet appeared. It seemed to become a huge handprint that could block out the sky. It charged up towards the divine spears. Terrifying storms of the great path rampaged around them. The rumbling sounds persisted. The stone tablet released unparalleled divine light that attacked the two brothers of Golden Divine Nation, Gai Tsung and Gai Qiong. The cultivators of Solar Divine Palace, Celestial Worthy Temple, Holy Land of Taichu, and other forces released heavenly might that filled the skies one after another. In reality, these forces had more than one top figure. Solar Divine Palace and Celestial Worthy Temple were branch powers of the Divine Prefecture. Top figures from both forces had come. However, these top figures had yet to act. They did not need so many people. The current lineup was more than enough to kill Yi Futian. Before they came, they had already discussed who would join the battle. Solar Divine Palace Lords stood high in the sky. The vast and endless land seemed to be covered by a sun. A frightening solar storm swept up. It was blazing hot. Even the power of the great path was burnt to ash and destroyed in the heat of these scorching solar winds. He walked forward step by step until he was in the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy cultivators. The destructive solar storm continued to rampage. He extended his hand, and the endless power of the solar storm gathered within his palm. A sun god sword immediately appeared. This sun god sword was forged from the divine fire of the sun. The solar winds that circulated around the divine sword could incinerate all powers. He lowered his head and looked down below. With a palm strike, the sun god sword immediately pierced through the power of the great path and continued shooting downwards. Divine sword Qinghe shot up straight into the sky. Green divine light became a destructive storm that shot towards the sun god sword. It caused the sun god sword to stop descending. Two different powers gathered at one point, forming a destructive spiral of power of the great path. From the ground, this spiral appeared as though two devastating storms were swirling together. The scene was astonishing. The Lord of Celestial Worthy Temple pressed downwards with his palm. A huge rumbling sound could be heard, and a gigantic mountain-like handprint pressed down from above. The Palace Lord of the School of the Emperor Star forged an unparalleled Z-Way Grand Matrix. Countless stars circled the Grand Matrix. The Palace Lord of the School of the Emperor Star wore a long purple robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Purple divine light shot out from his pupils as he looked down. Instantly, the Grand Matrix of stars pressed towards the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. In the middle of the Grand Matrix, there were pillars of destructive light that eradicate all existences. The various top cultivators continued to attack. Each of their attacks contained might that could destroy the world. Individually, they were all giant figures who dominated their opponents. Behind them, there were still many mighty figures who currently had yet to attack. They were merely observing for now. Princess Dongwang and the cultivators from the Dark Court could see this epic battle. From the tavern, Mei Ting's will was powerful enough to cover such a distance, so he also could observe the battlefield. However, down on the ground, in all regions of the Heavenly Mandate realm, countless people were looking up into the sky. They had no means of watching the battle. High in the sky, the destructive swirling storm of the Great Path covered the sky and blocked out the sun. Frightening divine light radiated. Even though they were very far away, the people on the ground could sense the heavenly might emanating from the heavens above. Ordinary Renhuangs were not qualified to witness this battle. If they observed up close, they would be swept away and destroyed immediately. They could not hold off the attacks. Powerful Renhuangs secretly thought to themselves as they observed the battle. Although the people around Futian were extremely powerful and they were all mighty figures at the peak of the realms, the lineup of their opponents that surrounded them was very menacing. With the opponent attacking and Futian's side being on the defensive, they were already forced into a passive position. They could not hold off the attacks of the enemy at all. The spears of Golden Divine Nation, the Tianshan Cleave technique of Shan Clan, the Sun God Sword of Solar Divine Palace, the large suppressing handprint of Celestial Worthy Temple, and the Grand Matrix of School of the Emperor Star. When all attacks of all these cultivators landed at the same time, the space where Futian was seemed to be flooded with destructive divine light. The defensive powers that Futian's group put up were also constantly being sliced apart. The leader of sky-reaching schools stepped forward. A tower that reached the sky appeared. He pointed his palm toward Futian, and immediately, the 81-story sky-reaching tower radiated unparalleled divine light. The tower came crashing down from above. Everywhere it passed, the great path in the space turned to dust. The towering, ancient mountain that Divine Palace Lord had set up was flattened and crushed little by little. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard, and more cracks appeared in the great path. The 81-story sky-reaching tower continued crashing down, attempting to flatten the space below. An unparalleled battle intent burst forth from the body of the Do tribe clan lord. His will of the fighting god activated layer by layer. He activated 8 layers consecutively. The terrifying battle intent alone could kill Renhuangs. Beams of divine light swept out and formed astonishing waves that crashed toward the sky-reaching tower, descending upon them from the sky above. His body became that of a war god. He became towering and gigantic, as though a deity had descended. His head reached the sky, and his feet touched the ground. He raised a hand, and his golden palm that contained intense battle intent attacked the sky-reaching tower. A clang sounded as though 2 ritual implements collided. Waves of destructive light swept out into their surroundings. The various cultivators were battling while surrounding Futian, protecting him in their midst. As for Futian himself, right now, he was quietly floating in midair. The power of Yin flowed over his body. An extremely brilliant will of the Emperor radiated from him. Such a dazzling light would surely catch the eye of many if it were any ordinary time. However, right now, no one appreciated it, and no one had noticed it. The battlefield around him was too frightening. Battles between peak figures were erupting all around him. The three top cultivators of the Shin clan cleaved apart the space with the Tian-Shin cleave technique. Endless spatial cracks appeared, followed by a frightening spatial storm that appeared from within the cracks. With their bodies as the center, extremely resplendent spatial will envelop the space. It seemed to contend with the green divine light and wanting to flood the space. With the combined might of the three top figures of the Shin clan, the domain of the green divine light released by Emperor Nan was gradually invaded. The rampaging spatial storm enveloped his domain within itself, separating this space of the Great Path and forming an independent space. I will lead Emperor Nan away. I will leave this area to the rest of you. Shin Gao spoke up. He and the Shin clan lord moved forward at the same time while Shinji stepped back instead. Shin Gao was the top figure in the Shin clan back in the day. He went to the Divine Prefecture to train and returned. His ability was extremely powerful. There was also the clan lord of Shin clan, who was also a giant figure in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. He was truly renowned. The two of them together were enough to deal with Emperor Nan. Both of them leading Emperor Nan away was also to be on the safe side. This was to prevent a figure of Emperor Nan's level from complicating the situation here. As for Shinji, he could remain here and continue fighting to kill Futian. Emperor Nan, you cannot stop this, the Shin clan lord said to Emperor Nan. He had barely uttered these words when a formless spatial storm circled the region where both of them, as well as Emperor Nan, were. The divine light of space radiated endless halos of the great path of space. The next moment, it was as though the space shifted. The three top cultivators disappeared at the same time. Shin Gao and the clan lord of Shin clan used their powerful understanding of the workings of the great path of space to forcefully pry Emperor Nan away from the battlefield. The two of them would deal with Emperor Nan while the others continued to kill Futian. Without the protection of Emperor Nan, the attacks of many other cultivators immediately descended, no longer affected by the domain of the green divine light. Why do we need to continue this meaningless struggle? Jianao, the college chief of Tianshan Academy, said with a sigh. He took a step forward and looked at the battlefield below. His palm extended forwards in front of his body. Instantly, a storm of the great path swept up with his body as its center. Within this storm, a divine light shone brightly, and a divine picture actually appeared. Jianao waved his hand, and it seemed as though a spring rain poured down, drenching everything without a sound. The divine picture nourished all things as well as the great path around them. It constantly expanded, becoming bigger and bigger. It then rolled down below. The attacks were all swept into the divine picture by the power of its great path. It was as though the attacks were consumed by it. Many people narrowed their eyes. Their expressions became solemn. The college chief of Tianshan Academy, the top academy in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, had made his move. Divine Palace Lord swept a glance at the dazzling divine picture. He waved his hand, and the heavens immediately roared. Endless aura of swordsmanship emerged and was indestructible. He raised his hand and pointed upward. Countless divine swords pointed at the divine picture. The divine picture kept expanding and covered the sky. It kept all that was swept into it within itself for later use. Rumble. A huge rumble sounded. The heavens and the earth split apart. The divine picture seemed to be formed from Jiotian divine thunder. In an instant, it became world-ending lightning. Billions of bolts of lightning descended and struck everything. The ancient mountain set up by Divine Palace Lord was immediately shattered and returned to nothingness. It seemed that this divine picture only contained one attack. Jianao waved his hand. Another divine picture flew out. It seemed to be a scroll of Tianshan. It also seemed like a piece of paper. However, in the eyes of cultivators of this level, even a piece of paper would be extraordinary. This piece of paper flew out and immediately exploded into millions and millions of sword will currents. They descended upon the various cultivators on Futian's side, causing them to defend themselves frantically. What was even more frightening was that Jianao continued to wave his hand. He actually waved it more than 10 times in an instant. Each piece of paper that flew out was a devastating attack. Very soon, there was not a calm place left in the sky. There were only chaotic currents of devastation. He was too powerful, many people thought to themselves as their hearts trembled. High in the sky, Princess Dongwang was slightly stirred when she saw this scene. As a clan lord of the Jian clan, Jianao had already been a renowned mighty presence for many years. Later on, he was sent to the original realm. As the leader of one of the Divine Prefecture's top clans, one could imagine how powerful his ability was. He was in existence, who stood at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Although he had never made any moves before, no one would suspect his true ability. If this continued, the defenses of Yi Futian's group would be torn apart very quickly. Princess Dongwang was somewhat surprised. She had never imagined that these people would be so efficient. From the looks of it, they did not want to give Yi Futian even a shred of opportunity. Down below, many Renhuangs who were observing the battle also saw this scene play out. They clenched their fists as they secretly sighed inside. Yi Futian would not be able to avoid the inevitable outcome. For Yi Futian, it was difficult for him to escape from this battle. It was unavoidable. His only way out of this was to die. Rumble! Another shockingly loud thud sounded. Everyone saw that the domain was finally breached, and their defenses were torn apart. All the cultivators gathered and pressed towards Yi Futian. This time, in the sky, the sun god's sword absorbed the halo of the sun. It slashed towards Yi Futian while emanating the flames of the sun. However, the sword was blocked by Lord Taixian. His great path had transformed into strings, and his power of the great path could directly attack the enemy through the strings. Yi Futian himself stood there and observed the destructive storm rampaging. His gaze remained calm. He had mentally prepared himself for this battle. This was a battle that they were sure to lose. There was no suspense to it. Many cultivators were willing to fight for him, but before the battle began, he had advised them to place their own safety as the top priority. He hoped that no one would encounter anything bad because of him. The destructive current and terrifying storm swept towards his side. The storm covered every single corner of the sky. No one was spared. Those top figures were starting to engage in close-quarter combat. They had actually given up attacking from a distance. Instead, they had advanced to the area where Yi Futian was. Since all their long-distance attacks were blocked, they had no choice but to kill Yi Futian in close-quarter combat. One by one, the cultivators standing guard around Yi Futian stepped out and went in different directions, battling the enemies head-on. The rampaging storm of the Great Path was approaching, and it ran amok around Yi Futian. Around him, the mighty cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm were still protecting him. When the aftermath of some attacks approached Yi Futian, the cultivators would destroy the attacks. At the same time, in their surroundings, the tears caused by the fragmentation of the space were increasing. The tears grew deeper and deeper as they became more and more menacing. "Get ready to charge into their midst!" shouted Jianao, the college chief of Tianshan Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, pages flew out from his body and floated in the sky. The next moment, these floating pages of paper spun in the air and transformed into scrolls of pictures. Each picture was a unique type of attack of the Great Path. Go! As Jianao's order spoke, countless attacks descended instantaneously. At the same time, silhouettes traversed the space and slashed their way downwards. Tears ripped apart the sky. All the cultivators charged downwards. The cultivators around Yi Futian unleashed their most terrifying attacks to defend against the enemy. However, they were being separated as the crowd flushed downwards. Their formation disintegrated. Their defense was not as sturdy as it was before. Moreover, a few cultivators from the opposing side had charged into their formation. Above their heads were countless top figures. These top figures stared at Yi Futian as though he was already dead to them. "Your hour of doom is here," uttered Gai Tsung from Golden Divine Nation. Today was the day when he would avenge Gai Shi and the rest. "The enemy is charging into their midst," someone in the distance exclaimed in a low voice as they watched the battlefield. Yi Futian was being protected amidst the various cultivators. However, after Emperor Nan was led away from the battle, Jianao from Tianshan Academy made his move. The opening in their defenses was finally broken through. One by one, the enemy cultivators charged into the inner circle that was being protected. Of course, this region was huge in reality. Everyone who participated in this war today were mighty figures. Although they were protecting Futian, the shockwaves from the exchanges were terrifying. Their attacks frequently swept out for hundreds of thousands of miles. Hence, they were not just beside Futian. In reality, they were spread out across a very big space. Even though they had made their way into the inner circle, the place was still big enough to accommodate the raging war. In the outer regions of the sky above, menacing crimson lightning suddenly flashed. In the darkness, a crimson storm descended. Many people turned their heads and looked in the direction of the storm. Over there, a silhouette appeared. It was Sky River Great Elder. Many people were slightly astonished. Terrifying crimson currents swept across the sky. He swept a glance down below, and then his body disappeared, becoming a beam of crimson light. In the sky, the beam of crimson light spanned across a few hundred miles. Princess Dongwang also saw this scene. Spear Emperor Duyu, standing beside her, frowned and said, "Your Highness." It seemed like Duyu was asking her something. However, Princess Dongwang did not say anything. Duyu understood her intention. The princess did not plan to interfere in this matter. Since Sky River Great Elder joined the battle, then he would be considered as one of the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. On the battlefield, Shinji launched an attack at Futian. The other two Shin clan cultivators had drawn Emperor Nan away from here, leaving Shinji behind. However, Lord Taixian was playing the guqin of the Great Path in the space above Futian. Countless guqin strings flew towards Shinji. Each one of the guqin strings contained a menacing sword will. Moreover, the sword will gathered and coalesced into a divine sword, which could reverse the Great Path. Rumble. The attacks from both sides collided. The destructive sword will enveloped Shinji's body. He frowned as he sensed a sudden danger. He emanated the aura of the Great Path of Space. His figure morphed into nothingness right away as he prepared to disappear from this region. As his body was merging into the void, streaks of crimson divine light descended. The lights did not land on his body, instead, they landed around him. The streaks of crimson light turned into a terrifying crimson grand matrix, sealing off this region and causing the figure of Shinji to once again materialize. He actually failed to escape from here. His great path of space was forcefully sealed off. Swoosh! Swoosh! Sharp shrieks sounded as the space turned into a crimson grand matrix. Shinji was located at the center of the matrix. The menacing crimson grand matrix was corroding his way, and it was even gushing into his body. Shinji's gaze revealed a chilly look. Spatial divine halos radiated from him as he unleashed the Tianshan cleave. He attempted to rip apart the crimson grand matrix with his astonishing cleaving force. However, at the same time, two beams of destructive light appeared above and beneath him. The sound of guqin could be heard as the great path flowed in reverse. Lord Taixian sent out an attack with the fleeting divine sword. When the sword sprang forward, it was as though time was flowing in reverse, and everything was being wiped out. On the other side was Sky River Great Elder's crimson divine sword. A terrifying storm, which could destroy the heavens and earth, was stirred up by the crimson divine sword. It was like a swirl, crushing everything within its path. Shinji had seen this sword technique before. In the day, Sky River Great Elder's eldest disciple was known as the number one swordsman in the Tianhe realm. This disciple had been killed by Shinji. The disciple had used this sword technique. Yet, due to the difference in their cultivation planes, he was no match for Shinji. However, when Sky River Great Elder unleashed the might of this sword technique, it was not on the same level as the one that Shinji had seen before. Shinji's expression became extremely ugly. Two astonishing divine swords slashed towards him at the same time. He unleashed the Tianshan divine halo on his body to its utmost limits. Storms that sliced apart the space erupted from his body. He waved his hands both up and down at the same time, and spatial blades sliced the space apart. Yet he still could not block the two-prong attack from above and below. The divine sword slashed straight towards him. He could only block one of the attacks. He stood in the middle and faced the two-pronged attack. Light that destroyed the space shot out from his eyes. With a loud cry, he extended both of his palms to his sides. The space was trembling violently. A divine sword flew out from his body and cleaved towards the fleeting divine sword. His hands then suddenly grabbed out into the air, accompanied by his loud shout. Even space was distorted. There was a faint look of terror in his eyes. He felt that he could not annihilate these two attacks. Yet, at that moment, no one actually came to help him. The other two cultivators from the Shin clan were not here. The other cultivators did not seem concerned at all that he was being surrounded. Their only goal was to kill Yi Futian. This was their common goal. As for Shinji, if he were to perish here today, would there be any detriments to the others? None at all. If Shinji died, the power of the Shin clan would even be weakened. For the forces of the Central Emperor Realm and other forces, this was beneficial to them. That way, of the three top figures in the Shin clan, only two would remain. The current Shin clan was somewhat powerful. If Shinji died, it would instead balance out the powers. Hence, at that moment, many people had very tacitly decided to do nothing. On the contrary, they used this opportunity when two cultivators attacked Shinji to charge towards Yi Futian. They wanted to eliminate Yi Futian as quickly as possible before things became complicated. In the battlefield, the divine swords from above and below left behind beams of sword light. A roar of fury and terror could be heard. Then, everything in that space was reduced to dust and dissipated. Even a powerful figure like Shinji had his body reduced to nothingness. Under the light of the sword, his soul scattered and dissipated. Menacing, deep, jet-black cracks appeared. They were terrifying. Many people shuddered inside when they saw this scene. In today's battle, a giant figure at the peak had perished. Shinji from the Shin clan had died. From today onwards, the Shin clan was only left with two peak figures. Moreover, Shin Gao had always been training in the Divine Prefecture. Who knew what Shin Gao and the clan lord of Shin clan would feel when they discovered what happened here? Most likely, they would regret drawing Emperor Nan away from here. If they were around, Shinji would not have been killed. However, to kill Yi Futian, they had drawn Emperor Nan away. No one could aid Shinji in his battle, and this resulted in his death. No one knew how they would feel when they returned. After Sky River Great Elder killed Shinji, a glint of sorrow flashed past in his eyes. In the past, Shinji was the sinner who led the Shin clan's cultivators to invade the Tianhe realm. His actions had resulted in the death of countless people. Now, Shinji had finally perished at the hands of Sky River Great Elder. However, this was still not enough. Shin clan needed to be eradicated. His daughter, his disciples, and many other innocent lives were killed. Shinji's life alone was insufficient to settle the score. However, there was no time to ponder upon that now. Crimson demonic might churned as he strode forward and advanced to another battlefield. A silhouette blocked in front of him. He was a top figure from the Mo clan of the Divine Prefecture. The Mo clan cultivator had merely swept a glance at Sky River Great Elder, and he knew that the latter was carrying a demonic item with him. In another battlefield where Yi Futian was, a menacing sky-reaching tower appeared in the space above Yi Futian. The 81-story tower spun as divine halos rained down. The tower caused Dragon Master and other cultivators to retreat. Renhuangs from various forces charged into this region and engaged in battles with Dragon Master and the rest. Rumbles. Divine halos pressed down. The might of the great path penetrated through layers of space and blasted Yi Futian. Brilliant divine light shimmered on Yi Futian's body as he was unleashing the will of the Emperor. He was also covered with divine armor. Despite all that, the divine halo attack by the sky-reaching tower was still unbearable for him. The aftershock wrecked his body. His internal organs were on the brink of crumbling due to the shock. The clan lord of Do tribe raised his arm and sent out an attack. His strike once again hit the sky-reaching tower. Sky-reaching master coldly snorted. He took a step forward and directly stood on top of the tower. As he put his weight on the tower plummeted from the sky. He intended to crush the figures beneath with the tower. Divine Palace Lord desired to lend aid to this side of the battlefield. However, the college chief of Tiantian Academy, Jian'eo, extended both his arms. Rolled-up scrolls flew out, and as they unraveled, they encircled the space. Endless attacks were unleashed from the scrolls, suppressing Divine Palace Lord. "Why are you still struggling?" Jian'eo said. His gaze pierced through the sky. Numerous seals flew out from the pages of scrolls and wrecked the cultivators. One of the terrifying seals landed directly beside Futian. Even though someone blocked and weakened its might, it still sent Futian flying from the shockwave and made him cough up blood. They could not hold off the enemy. One could imagine how difficult it was to protect one person from the powerful attacks of so many top figures. It was almost impossible. Futian understood this as well. No one here could deal with the ability of Jian'eo, the college chief of Tiantian Academy. He was one of the people who stood at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. As Futian saw the people beside him getting hurt one after another, he lifted his head and looked up at the various cultivators around them who were charging towards him. He then said, "Seniors, please give up." When Divine Palace Lord and the others heard these words from Futian, they fell silent. Before the battle today even began, they already understood that the outcome had already been determined. A terrifying storm of the Great Path swept across the sky. Once again, the sound of collisions could be heard. Several cultivators were injured. With Futian's figure as the center, everyone else drew closer to him, circling the area around his body. Beside Futian, the gazes of Lord Taishian, Divine Palace Lord, and the other cultivators were as cold as ice as they glanced around at the people in midair. However, the other party did not mind. The looks they gave Futian were burning with murderous intent. They also understood that from the very beginning, there was no way for Futian to make it out alive. It was because of this that some forces joined in this fight. "Since Ren Huangyi himself understands, then we do not need to fight anymore. We don't need to increase our casualties and affect the ability of the 9 realms," Jian'eo proclaimed in a loud voice. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked at Jian'eo. He truly desired Futian's death. Was he truly doing this for peace in the 9 realms? No one believed that was so. "Futian, we can still fight," Lord Taishian said. Futian shook his head and said, "Lord Taishian, seniors, for all of you to have done all this for me, it is already enough. Legitimacy belongs to the victors. Since so many people in the 9 realms want me dead, let's grant their wish." Lord Taishian and the others took a step forward. Their powerful auras enveloped Futian's body, forming layers of dazzling light shrouds. It seemed that they were still dissatisfied. Futian looked at Lord Taishian and shook his head. Futian then suddenly smiled and looked at the crowd. He said, "College Chief Jian, I will remember you." Today, with Jian'eo present, no one could manipulate the situation. It was firmly in the control of the other party. "You can blame me all you want," Jian'eo replied. "In the 9 realms, you showed the greatest talent. I also did not wish to witness such a scene. Nevertheless, the wishes of the people cannot be defied. After your death in this turmoil, the future of the 9 realms will be even more prosperous." "You are still so hypocritical," Futian said mockingly. "Who will be the one to kill me? Who would make a move?" Did Futian finally give up? All eyes were fastened on him. This #1 genius in the original realm, now asking for his own death. But everyone understood that as the battle reached this point, the outcome was all but determined. He couldn't stay alive when more than half of the top figures in the 9 realms wanted him dead. Besides, the cultivators from the Dark Court and the empty Divine Realm also desired his demise, so how could he stay alive? If he continued to fight, it would only drag down the people who were around him. Therefore, Futian finally decided to give up. Beneath the sky, inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, those with weak cultivation had no idea what had happened above, but those who were Renhuang knew. Some of them looked on with coldness, some were angry, and some clenched their fists tightly. A murderous intent permeated from them. However, none of them could help because no one could change any of it. "What's going on?" Hua Fenglu couldn't see anything, so he could only ask those around him, but no one answered him. It was not because they were unwilling, but because they didn't want to be cruel. Did he lie to me? Hua Jiayu murmured. She felt so terrible, and her heart ached. And this feeling seemed so familiar, it was so painful yet so familiar. It was as if she had experienced it before. All these felt unbearable to her, but there was nothing she could do. Didn't he explain all this with a smile? Didn't he say that he would be fine? Was he lying to her? At this moment, a group of people walked out of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and headed toward the sky above. They wanted to see the battlefield for themselves and behold Yi Futian again. Xia Qingyuan was there too, her long black hair flying in the air. She was traveling fast, and there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Was this the reason why Yi Futian drove her away? So that she would return to Emperor Xia's realm. A drop of a shining tear slid down her cheek as she sped up in the air. They were all extremely fast, rushing toward the battlefield above the sky. Hua Jiayu didn't move, she was still standing there in a daze. At this moment, her mind was full of confusion, and it hurt her head. It was as if, suddenly, there were countless pictures appearing in her mind. A thought crossed her mind. Who was she? Where did she come from? And why was she born? She was Yi Futian's wife, but why did she have no recollection of that at all? Scene after scene appeared in her mind, taunting her, making her head hurt, but her eyes were still fixed on the man in the void with some affection. She only knew that she was his wife and that Yi Futian was the person who was the kindest to her. Now, was he leaving her? What's happening? The people in Heavenly Mandate City were asking because they didn't know what had happened. Those who knew were silent and simply felt a sense of sadness. They were hoping for a miracle, but they had to face reality in the end. No matter how genius he was, no matter how many legends he had created, he couldn't face a melee involving all the top forces from the entire original realm and still survive. Mei Ting was still drinking inside the tavern, but he had seen everything that happened on the battlefield. Xia saw it too. He looked up at the sky, with a vicious smile in his eyes, and said, "It's a pity. If he hadn't killed so many cultivators from the empty divine realm, perhaps I could have taken him away." "Could you have?" Mei Ting said with a casual glance at the other. This was the original realm. With the representatives of Dongwang the Great here, it was highly unlikely that the princess would allow the empty divine realm to take him away. Xia looked at Mei Ting with a smile and said, "Perhaps this man is a super genius in the outer realm, but now, he perishes in the internal conflicts in the original realm." Mei Ting didn't say anything. Internal conflict? Perhaps, in the eyes of Xia, it seemed like internal conflicts. After all, they were all cultivators from original realm. But the original realm was vast, and they were all different forces fighting for their own interests, so it was far from being an internal conflict. Above the firmament, on the battlefield, those who laid siege to Yi Futian were not so anxious by contrast. The overall situation had been determined, as Yi Futian himself had asked for this, and the Heavenly Mandate Academy had given up its last resistance. Now they were just one last step away. A group of men came over, standing in front of Yi Futian. They were top cultivators such as Jianeo of the Tianshan Academy, Gai Tsang of the Golden Divine Nation, the Hierophant of the Sky Reaching School, and the Palace Lord of the Solar Divine Palace, all standing above Yi Futian, enveloping the void with their divine might. It would be impossible for Yi Futian to escape now. Once they get started, Yi Futian would never leave here alive. But who would start them off? In the killing of this first genius in the original realm. But at this stage, some of them felt that they almost could not go through with it. It was not that they didn't want to kill him, but that it was a rarity for such an enchanting genius to come out of the original realm, and now they had to destroy him themselves. There was no way around it. If they had been friends with Yi Futian before, they might have been willing to guarantee his safety. But since there were conflicts before, then it was better for Yi Futian to be dead so that they would not need to worry about him becoming a stepping stone for the rise of a Heavenly Mandate Academy alliance in the future. "Golden Divine Nation should take the lead," someone said. The hatred between Futian and Golden Divine Nation was the deepest and one that could not be resolved. There was also the Shen clan, but their cultivators were not present. In addition, many forces had participated in the last incident at the Divine Palace, so they were extremely worried and wanted to get rid of Futian. Gaitsing glanced at the people surrounding Futian, and they were all notable figures. To task him with killing Futian was no doubt a way to lay all the hatred upon his head. How could he possibly allow that? Although the alliance formed by the Heavenly Mandate Academy might collapse in the future, and even if they dared to form the alliance again, they would repeat what they did this time. It was really nothing they need to concern themselves with. However, Gai Tsung was not entirely comfortable with the idea for the Golden Divine Nation to shoulder such a task alone. What if they ended up like Shinji, used up and abandoned? Therefore, it was far better to do it together. Since we are already at this point, let's do it together, as a way to pay respect to the end of this number one genius of the original realm, Gai Tsung said. He even went so far as to admit that Futian was the number one genius in the original realm, but it was not something they could deny any longer. In the land of the original realm, not only was there no one who could stand side by side with Futian, it was as if he was in a level all his own. Good, let's do it together then, someone responded. Futian looked at the figures in the sky above, with the sacred and brilliant imperial radiance enveloping his body. Although he had given up, it seemed that he was still unwilling. Lord Taixian and other cultivators also deployed the might of Wei around him. It turned into traces of light screen, and those cultivators let out a groan. The sigh of the divine god was heard, and the two great cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation were holding the Golden Divine Spears. Divine lights fell from the sky, radiant and beautiful. In front of the Hierophant of the Sky-Reaching School, the Sky-Reaching Tower released an unparalleled brilliance, which erased everything in its path. The cultivators of the Solar Divine Palace summoned the Solar Divine Sword, as the Solar Divine Light appeared from the sky, to create a destructive force. Cultivators from all sides released their own power. At this moment, the area where Futian was located was under horrific suffocation, as if it was difficult to withstand the oppressive force of this suffocation that was inside it. Futian's silvery hair was dancing frantically in the wind. He was without fear, there was only indifference. His cold eyes swept toward those men as if to carve them into his mind. If I had several more decades, I could kill you all, Futian spat out with a cold voice. Unfortunately, you won't even have one more day. The golden spear in Gai Tsung's hand trembled. He said, Kill. As soon as his voice fell, the golden divine spear pierced the sky, and a loud rumbling sound followed. The dazzling golden brilliance blinded those who were standing to witness this. Golden traces were left between the sky and the earth. Then, horrible cracks of great path appeared to have torn through the space, aiming at Futian with a kill shot. At the moment when he took action, other cultivators did too. The Solar Divine Sword wiped out everything, slashed across the sky. The Sky-Reaching Tower suppressed the sky and gave rise to a storm of destruction. A series of apocalyptic attacks came down at the same time. The firmament was about to collapse in total destruction, never mind someone of the Divine Will's second order. Cultivators of any realm when facing an attack of this level would surely die. No! In the distance, among those who rushed in from the sky below, Xia Qingyuan made a frightened and desperate sound. Her face was pale, her long black hair was a mess, dancing wildly in the air. Her heart was twitching, was bleeding. In her mind she seemed to recall all the memories of how she got acquainted with Futian. In the past, they often quarreled, and one would not yield to the other. She was always annoyed by Futian but gradually became accustomed to him. And without her realizing when, she found that he had firmly implanted himself in her heart, an indelible existence. So, she had been silently accompanying him, from Emperor Xia's realm to Crimson Dragon realm, and now to the 9 realms, experiencing many challenges with him, some between life and death. But now, she saw a series of devastating attacks, as well as that terrifying crack. Those top figures unleashed one fatal blow after another, and none of them held back. They had released their most powerful attack right away without giving Futian a chance to fight back, clearly wanting him to die once and for all. The attacks of all the cultivators who had descended converged together and destroyed the space, causing dark spatial cracks to appear, hideous and terrifying. Traces of devastating storms radiated toward the surrounding spaces, and the bodies of those around it, such as Lord Taixian, were shaking uncontrollably. Their robes fluttered violently as the halo of destruction swept across the sky and continued into the distance. Pooh! As the residual might swept over them, Xiaqing Yuan and the others groaned. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale. She was so far away, and it was only the residual might from the attack that had already been partially blocked by Lord Taixian and the others. Still, when it fell on them, it had injured them considerably. Futian, who was in the center of the storm, was facing an unimaginable slaughter. The storm of destruction was still raging in that space, and those deep cracks seemed to have torn open a dark passage. But Futian was no longer there. It seemed that the soul had scattered, disappeared completely, and was completely destroyed. In the sky below, inside the heavenly mandate city, at an endless distance, even they could see the light beams of destruction falling from the sky and piercing through that space. At this moment, they seemed to sense something foreboding. Don't! Hua Jieyu held her head with both hands. She seemed to be in even more pain. Seeing her reaction, Hua Fenglu let out a sigh. He was still looking up at the sky as he slowly turned to walk away. At this moment, he seemed hunched over a bit more and appeared even older. How senseless! Why did I accept this unruly disciple back then? Hua Fenglu mumbled under his breath. His eyes seemed a little moist. Not a day had gone by in peace. Didn't he say that everything was going to be fine? Could all this be true? Finally dead! In the sky above, the cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation looked at those dark cracks and heaved a sigh of relief. This time they had finally achieved their goal. After Futian's death, Heavenly Mandate Academy would no longer be a threat. The aura on their bodies gradually retracted, as they had promised previously to Princess Dongwang that when Futian died, it would be the end of everything. Gai Tsang's eyes were cold and indifferent. Too bad they couldn't kill them all. They should have taken this opportunity to destroy the Heavenly Mandate Academy once and for all, but the pretext they used for their attack against Futian was that Futian didn't do his best in that battle, thus negatively affected the others in the alliance of the original realm. Now, if they proceed to slaughter the Heavenly Mandate Academy, it would be a blatant breach of the agreement they had made with Princess Dongwang. Moreover, the princess had promised not to interfere in this battle, in the hopes that the original realm would restore its order, choosing to sacrifice Futian so that the original realm may return to the way it was before without more killings. If they continue to push their limit at this time, nothing good will come out of it. Not only now, but in the future, all the principalities from the Divine Prefecture may need to tone down a bit more when they come here. At this moment, two figures moved toward the place where Futian was last seen, surprised many who were present. They saw a very beautiful woman, and the deep, dark cracks were still on the battlefield of destruction. It was as if a passageway had now been opened. Get back! Lord Taixian shouted at the figure that was rushing over there. It was Xiaqing Yuan. He knew that she liked Futian, but now, was she seeking her own death? In addition to Xiaqing Yuan, there was also the demonic beast, the black-winged condor. Its eyes were extremely sharp as it rushed in the same direction, saying, "Come on, princess!" Xiaqing Yuan landed on its back in a flash as woman and beast seemed to have reconciled their previous quarrel, now rushing toward that terrifying space passageway together. The black-winged condor was extremely fast, and it dived into the crack in just an instant, which caused a look of confusion on many people's faces. Suicide pact? The cultivators from the Gold Divine Nation and the others showed a look of interest. And that demonic beast, could it be so loyal as this? A rare display of true feelings. What a pity, Jianeo said in a low voice. The cultivators' united attacks had abruptly opened up a space passage. But before that, Futian was already dead. The attack converged upon him first, and then tore through the space. Probably because the woman still held on to a sliver of hope when she didn't see Futian, wanting to rush into the crack to find him, but this was clearly an act of foolishness. There was space turbulence within, and based on Xia Qingyuan's realm, it was not something she could possibly survive. Even the top figures dared not step into it easily. The cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked at that disappearing figure and sighed in their hearts. They didn't expect that this taciturn woman had such deep feelings of affection inside her. Lord Taixian was going to stop her, but Black Wind Condor was too fast, and it was too late when he realized what they were about to do. The Black Wind Condor had dashed him with a flash, too late for him to stop it. Lord Taishuan's face was somewhat uncertain as he watched the dark cracks gradually closing. They were too careless. Didn't Futian tell her? Lord Taixian didn't know that Futian had intended to drive Xia Qingyuan away so that she would return to Emperor Xia's realm. Before long, the cracks disappeared, and the sky returned to normal. This most powerful battle of the 9 realms had come to an end. Futian is dead, so everyone please go back. In the future, don't stir up any discord in the 9 realms, said Jianao. Everyone looked at him, and thought that this Jianao was not only an expert in flattery, but now he seemed to be in the business of being a peacemaker. This old fox, as if everything he did was for the original realm. It was more likely that he did it all for Jian Qinzhu. Princess. Jianao raised his head to look at Princess Dongwang and bowed slightly. Everyone followed his lead. Princess Dongwang stood high above in the sky as she surveyed those below. Everything stops now. Yes, Princess. Everyone nodded. Princess Dongwang's voice was slightly more aggressive this time, with a certain incontrovertible intention. Presumably, the princess was not well pleased with their killing of Futian. Presently, no one dared to contradict her. Princess Dongwang looked at the crowd one last time. It was a look without any emotion, but it gave many quite the chill. Then Princess Dongwang turned to walk away. The cultivators next to her followed suit. The cultivators in the dark court also left upon her departure. In the tavern, Shixia smiled vaguely as he put down the wine glass that was in his hand, and glanced at Mei Ting who was across from him, and said, I will drink with Mr. Mei again if opportunity allows in the future. I bid you goodbye. Then, he took his men and left. What an irony that the number 1 genius of the original realm died in the hands of the original realm. Mei Ting raised his head and glanced above the sky. Indeed, they did not appear. However, he understood that the representatives of Dongwang the Great were here, so they wouldn't dare to appear. Even if they did and didn't die today, they would be spotted. It would be impossible for them to escape. But was Futian really dead? He had a feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. In the void, Emperor Nan, Shin Gao, and the clan lord of the Shin clan were returning. The expressions on the 2 from the Shin clan were extremely sullen and especially gloomy, as their eyes swept toward the others. Shinji was dead. His death was not only caused by the allied forces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, but also by those who came with them. The only possibility for Shinji to die when they had the absolute advantage, which was when they were abandoned by their own allies. These ****. They only thought was to kill Futian, so they spent all their energy holding Emperor Nan back and didn't expect a setup by those on their own side. A top cultivator was hard to come by because any top figure was powerful enough to create a top principality that could stand at the peak of the original realm. However, in this battle, only the Shin clan had incurred a loss on this level when no one else did. So, did the Shin clan win? Killing Futian was certainly a win, but they lost to the other forces. However, they had to swallow this offense because who could they fight to get their revenge? The alliance of the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Now that only 2 of them were left, how could they possibly deal with the allied forces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Their own allied forces? Who among so many of them? Those cultivators left one by one, as if nothing had happened, ignoring them, pretending to know nothing. Shinji died in vain. The ****. The others had already left. They were all part of this conspiracy. At times like this, who would want to engage them proactively? Blame yourselves, Lord Taixian said coldly. The two men glanced at him with indifferent eyes. We have all the time in the world, but Yi Futian is dead. I want to see just how much further Heavenly Mandate Academy could go in the future. Just wait and see then, responded Lord Taishian. The two men from the Shen clan huffed coldly and laughed angrily. They couldn't get their revenge. The cultivators all left one after another. Emperor Nan glanced at the place where Yi Futian disappeared, hoping that what he had said before was true. Yi Futian had said that he would volunteer to die in this battle. But he would be back. Therefore, although they tried their best, no one was all in, as they tried their best to protect themselves first. Since the beginning of the battle, they knew how this would end. Everything they did was to cooperate with Yi Futian's plan. Many forces in the Nine Realms could not tolerate Yi Futian, not to mention that the Dark Court and the empty Divine Realm also had their eyes on him. He was too outstanding as the one controlling the power of shadow. In reality, they understood that the land of the original realm itself could no longer allow Yi Futian to exist. They glanced at each other, then headed down below the sky, and the group returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everyone at the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked up with reluctance, anger, and sadness in their eyes. Did he die just like that? The Heavenly Mandate Academy had produced a peerless genius talent, who was hailed as the #1 genius in the original realm, and he was besieged and slaughtered by the cultivators of the Nine Realms. They felt persecuted. Qi Xiangang and Yan Yuan were together, and Qi Xiangang didn't believe it in his heart. He still remembered the conversation he had with Yi Futian that day. Yi Futian would not ask for death like this. He still had too many things that he wanted to do. He had dreams. He couldn't die. People from the 9 states looked toward the void as well. Even though everything was so real, they were holding a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Gu Donglu was one of the insiders. Yi Futian didn't tell everyone so clearly about his plan, probably because he had his concerns. If everyone knew about it, it would be difficult to keep the plan undercover. However, he did not expect the little Condor and Xia Qingyuan to rush out like they did. The little Condor and Yi Futian were connected in their minds. Perhaps it had discovered something, hence the rash action. Could it be that something unexpected happened? He certainly hoped not. Jiayu. Zhuge Mingyu was next to Hua Jiyu and saw that Hua Jiyu was still in a great amount of pain. There were tears from her eyes, and she looked extremely unwell. There were more and more images in her mind. It was as if countless thoughts were now started to awake, all imprinted in her mind. At this moment, she had no idea who she was. It was as if every thought was her own. At this moment, many people inside the 3,000 realms of the Great Path suddenly appeared listless, and raised their heads to look into the boundless sky. A ray of consciousness came out of these women and turned into an elusive figure that flew into the distance, as if toward another self. In the midst of the Heavenly Mandate realm, Xiantian Goddess was there. Her mind was trembling violently. It was as if something had also awakened inside of her. She looked in the direction where Hua Jiayu was, and an illusory figure came out of her body, flying toward Hua Jiayu. So I am too, Xiantian Goddess murmured. Maybe everyone who had cultivated that particular method was one of the incarnations. The cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked at Hua Jiayu and saw that many illusory figures floating from everywhere, blending themselves into Hua Jiayu's mind, which caused a surprised look on these cultivators' faces. What cultivation method could be so terrifying? The mountain master of the 10,000 Divine Mountain and others like Jiang Qingzi of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven knew that Lady of Brahma's pure sky cultivated an extremely special method. They had urged Yi Futian to be careful around Hua Jiayu, knowing that she may have been a manifestation of Lady of Brahma's pure sky, who was using his power to cultivate. But they didn't expect it to be so domineering. They had a strange feeling at this moment. It was as if Hua Jiayu was the real manifestation and not the Lady of Brahma's pure sky. At this time, a powerful aura permeated everywhere, and all eyes were looking that way. They saw an illusory figure of peerless elegance appeared, shining with divine light, and it was the Lady of Brahma's pure sky. She stared at Hua Jiayu. How could she wake up so quickly? This interrupted her plan. However, it would not affect the overall situation, but the timing was less than ideal. She had cultivated many years but constrained by the Great Path. Even if she had obtained a powerful method, she still could not break the shackles of the Great Path. There was a lack in the way of heaven, and she was limited by this. Therefore, she needed to recast another body. She chose Hua Jieyu not because of how talented Hua Jieyu was, but that she had detected an opportunity for enlightenment on her. Hua Jieyu had a strong life force that could be used for her own enlightenment. However, Hua Jieyu was somewhat out of her control and had always retained a strong sense of self. Under everyone's gaze, the Lady of Brahma's pure sky's elusive figure entered into Hua Jieyu's body. In a flash, an extremely tyrannical aura bloomed, and Hua Jieyu's face was changing. It seemed to have turned into the peerless beauty that was the Lady of Brahma's pure sky. No! In Hua Jieyu's mind, there was another consciousness waking up. This consciousness was extremely strong and obstinate. At this moment, she finally realized who she was and where she came from. A smile appeared in her tearful eyes, and her name was Hua Jieyu, his wife. That face turned into Hua Jieyu's face again, and the two beautiful faces kept changing as if competing for control. Her body was trembling slightly. She seemed to be experiencing a painful struggle. Jieyu remembered that she once said that whoever won would have control of the body. Under the gaze of all these cultivators, this scene lasted for quite some time. Finally, a beautiful face appeared, no longer changing, and a brilliant smile bloomed on that face. However, the tears continued to slide down that beautiful face. She looked at the vast void, at that disappearing figure. In her mind, countless memories washed over her, and all of them were occupied by the memories of the same person. Now that she came back, why did he leave her again? The divine prefectures of the East was in chaos and anarchy over 300 years ago. Many extraordinary men rose to fame there. Among all the realms, the divine prefecture produced the most superstars in history. The divine prefectures of the East was united for real only when Dongwang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing entered the stage more than 300 years ago. At that time, the 18 domains in the divine prefecture all submitted to Dongwang the Great Emperor and Emperor Yi Qing, which smoothed the way for the time of prosperity 3 centuries ago. Donghua domain was one of the 18 domains in the divine prefecture. Right now, a body was lying quietly in the middle of a vast field. The person wore white clothes and had silver hair. Covered in blood, he lay on the ground without moving a muscle. His eyes were open, yet he couldn't muster a tiny bit of strength. The only thing he could do was stare at the endless sky where the clouds were floating around. The air was exceptionally fresh here, and the worldly spiritual qi was intoxicating. However, he couldn't even absorb the worldly spiritual qi right now. The meridians inside of his body were all shattered, and his internal organs suffered a great deal of damage. His life was hanging by a thread. Was he in the divine prefecture? He survived, Yi Futian thought to himself. Princess Dongwang awarded him a precious gift that day, which took his breath away when he sneaked a peek at it after he went back. It was a divine item that could make Yi Futian look through and depart from the original realm without cracking open the space. It also meant that he could have left earlier. Nevertheless, he didn't choose to do it. More than half of the top forces in the 9 realms wanted him dead. The Dark Court and the empty divine realm also set their sights on killing him. What would happen to the Heavenly Mandate Academy if he left by himself? What would happen to his friends and the alliance he built? At that moment, Yi Futian understood Princess Donghuang's intention. She presented a gift to him while also allowed other groups to kill him. Princess Donghuang wanted him to disappear from the original realm. That was how the battle earlier happened. It was actually for show only. To making it convincing, everyone on Yi Futian's side was fighting for real. But they didn't exert their full strength. They did everything they could to make it look like Yi Futian was driven into a corner. In order to make it appear more real, Yi Futian left the moment when the strike landed on his body. Therefore, everyone would think that he was obliterated by the attack instead of leaving on his own. For that reason, Yi Futian suffered extensive damage. The brutal assault pierced through the space of the original realm, and hit him, which caused devastating injury to his body. It was such a horrifying attack. Is the original realm, the Void Realm, something that doesn't exist for real? Thinking back to how he left the original realm with the help of the divine item, Futian couldn't help but suspect the truth about the Void Realm. Who was capable enough to make such a formidable divine item that could bring him out of the Void Realm altogether? Could it be that Dongwang the Great prepared this divine item for Princess Dongwang? It was possible. No one else would be aware of the existence of such a divine item. Princess Dongwang certainly spent a lot of effort to keep him alive. Nonetheless, Futian and Princess Dongwang were more likely to be enemies rather than friends in the future. A strident sound reached Futian's ears from the sky far away. Severely injured, Futian closed his eyes. He needed to rest for a long time to recover from his current state. It was naturally the best choice for him to pretend he was dead. His body could heal and amend on its own. After all, he didn't know what kind of people he would encounter. The strident sound was getting closer and closer. Futian also heard a voice ordering people to go to examine him. Futian soon felt that someone was approaching him. He remained perfectly still and had his eyes tightly shut, hoping he wouldn't be disturbed by the incoming person. After all, he had to be extra cautious since he just arrived here. He felt a hand touching his body. The person seemed to be observing him. Is he dead or alive? A calm yet authoritative voice was asking about Futian's state. The person promptly left Futian and returned to midair. She bowed to a cultivator who appeared to be in his 30s and said, "Young master, he will be dead any second even though he is still breathing now. We don't have to pay attention to him." The Renhuang cultivator glanced at the woman speaking and cracked a smile. He asked, "Which level is he at?" "I'm not sure," the woman answered. "Go to take a look," he said to a middle-aged man next to him. The man quickly examined Futian and returned to his place, said, "He already built the body of Wei and reached the Renhuang plain. If I guessed it correctly, he should have a second-order divine wheel." "Second-order divine wheel," the Renhuang cultivator muttered. He ordered the woman, "Take him back." "Yes, young master." The woman was only in the same plane and didn't hesitate after receiving the order. She approached Futian again, lifted his body from the ground, and brought him with her. They strode across the field. After a while, a range of mountains came into sight. Ancient castles were perched on crags in the mountains, imposing and forbidding. Saluo Manor was one of the main forces in this area and was ruled mountains. They entered the Saluo Manor and kept walking forward until they arrived at a cultivation temple in the mountains. The head of the group lowered his eyes and darted a glance at Futian. He said in a cold voice, "Take him to the U Pavilion." The woman remained composed and expressionless even though her heart trembled for a second. She had been in Saluo Manor for quite a long time and knew the place like the palm of her hand. She understood when to speak and when to shut up. She took a brief look at Futian and sighed to herself. This man was so unfortunate. U Pavilion was a place in Saluo Manor that specialized in refining corpses. The young master of Saluo Manor wanted to turn Futian into a chief corpse directly controlled by him. The woman brought Futian to the U Pavilion, where many people were busy working. She met the master of the U Pavilion and said, "Young master ordered me to bring this man to the pavilion." The master of the U Pavilion was a dark Renhuang who emanated a dangerous brooding air. He shot a glance at Futian. Futian seemed to be a young man with great talents. It certainly made things more interesting. "Okay." The master of the U Pavilion nodded slightly and replied, "You're in charge of it. Send him to the Matrix." "Yes." The woman bowed and received the order. It appeared like she was in a low standing in Saluo Manor. After all, Saluo Manor was a famous and powerful group that held sway in the region, and its chief was a high-level Renhuang. A cultivator in the same plane couldn't possibly enjoy a high status in the manor. She brought Futian to a cavern residence that was guarded by soldiers and pushed the door to step inside. The mountain was hollow inside. A terrifying smell of death permeated the empty space. There was a chasm further into the mountain, under which an extremely scary grand matrix of death. The dark currents were flowing around and filled the place with the will of death. Countless chains of death locked numerous people inside. Those people didn't seem to be alive, yet they were able to move. They were all corpses that were being refined. The woman lowered her head to look at Futian and said, "How much longer are you going to pretend?" Futian opened his eyes and surveyed the woman in front of him. She had a masculine manner and black, piercing eyes. Her face was pretty, but not in a breathtaking way. She looked emotionless and indifferent while staring at Futian, who just opened his eyes. Futian didn't expect himself to be so unlucky. He pretended to be unconscious yet was still taken away. On top of that, the people who captured him were bad guys, indeed. They wanted to refine him with the grand matrix of death. He gazed into her eyes. The woman flinched and turned her distant eyes away. She had known Futian was only pretending since the beginning, yet didn't expose him. Futian figured that she didn't really want to do this to him. "What are you doing?" Futian asked her. "This is the place to refine corpses in Salua Manor. The matrix below will kill and transform you into a puppet. Do you have any last words before that?" the woman asked him. "Can you let me live?" The woman shook her head, said, "I don't have a choice." She didn't dare to defy the order. Otherwise, she would be the one being killed. She brought Futian to the chasm. At this moment, Futian didn't have any ability to fight back. He could only be manipulated by her. "I'm sorry," the woman said to Futian. Before her voice faded away, she pushed Futian's body into the chasm. Futian started falling immediately, and eventually landed on the ground. The grand matrix of death at the bottom of the chasm activated right away and engulfed his body. Millions of tentacles stretched out of the grand matrix of death and grabbed Futian's hands and feet. Wisps of the frightening will of death invaded his body through his limbs. Futian never thought that the first thing that happened to him after arriving at the Divine Prefecture was to be refined into a corpse puppet. He closed his eyes and let the death will took over his body and flowed around inside. The death will entered the life palace and became part of it. Futian lay there quietly as if he stopped breathing for good. The woman looked at Futian from the top of the chasm and sighed to herself. She knew what she did was sinful, yet she couldn't defy or escape from Salua Manor. Thus, she had no choice but to obey the orders submissively. The Renhuang in front of her was quite handsome and dashing. He probably was an extraordinary young man when he was alive. But he still couldn't avoid such misfortune. Qing left Futian there and left the cave. She didn't like it there. To put it more accurately, she abhorred that place. Futian was abandoned in the matrix alone. The energy that poured into his body contained not only the power of death but also a toxin that corroded and paralyzed every part of his body and made him completely incapacitated. Wisps of air flowed out of Futian's life palace to resist the invasion of this forceful foreign energy. However, they barely stopped the corrosion and couldn't destroy the invader at all. Futian could hardly gather enough strength at this moment. "This is getting troublesome." Futian closed his eyes and stopped struggling. He didn't want to waste any more energy. He didn't expect that he would escape from a hopeless situation only to fall into another right away. Everything in Salua Manor remained the same. Nothing was changed because of Futian's presence. He was only a near-death guy who was brought back by the people of Salua Manor in order to be transformed into a corpse puppet. This was nothing but usual business for Salua Manor. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Futian had stayed in the matrix for 7 days. During this time, some people came to take away the corpse puppets that were ready to go. No one touched Futian though. Each corpse puppet belonged to the person who brought it there. On this day, Qing finally came to the cavern residence again. She looked at Futian. An astonishing look flashed across her face when she saw the color of Futian's skin. Her consciousness swooped into Futian's body, and she said to him in surprise, "Are you awake?" Futian opened his eyes. At that moment, Qing saw a pair of inscrutable eyes that contained a frightening magical power that devoured her spiritual will and forced her into an illusional world. "Don't speak." Qing's expression changed the moment she heard a voice in her head. The illusional world created by the eye sorcery disappeared in an instant, and everything went back to normal. Ying could feel the cold sweat on her back. Cultivators in the Renhuang Plain were powerful for sure. This man was extremely dangerous. She inhaled a deep breath and stared at Futian's body below. He didn't change at all after 7 days? How can you withstand the corrosion of the corpse venom? Ying transmitted her voice to Futian. She was well aware of how scary this corpse venom could be. Even a perfectly healthy lower Renhuang would certainly be refined if dumped inside, let alone someone who was on the verge of death like Futian. Nevertheless, Futian didn't seem to be affected by it. You told your young master that you don't need to pay attention to me after examining my injury on that day. I suppose you don't want me to be brought to Sanluo Manor. You later said you were sorry. I guess everything that has happened to me is not what you wish to see. Am I right? Futian said to Ying. He was still in poor condition. It was hard for him to recover while staying in this matrix. A strange look appeared in Ying's eyes. She stared at Futian and replied, You don't need to work on me. You can't leave Sanluo Manor once you're here. She didn't want to die with Futian even though she felt a little sympathetic to him. She was not so selfless. You already witnessed my eye sorcery. I'm not an ordinary Renhuang. Sanluo Manor can't keep me here as long as I recover from my injury. I can promise you something in return if you're willing to help me, Futian continued to say. Ying experienced a moment of hesitancy. Sensing her reluctance, Futian said, I can take you out of here, so you don't need to be trapped in this place. I will ask the young master. Ying turned around and was about to leave. She was wavered by Futian's offer, but she also didn't want to be thrown into the matrix, like him. Wait for a second, Futian said to her. Indecisive and doubtful, Ying stopped. Give me some more time. A fellow of mine is about to come here. You can make a decision after seeing what kind of a person she is, Futian said. Who is she? Which level is she at? Ying asked. How does she know you're in Sanluo Manor? She has her ways of tracking me down. We have the same master, but she is junior to me. Her cultivation level is not particularly high, it's about the same as mine. But trust me, you will change your mind after meeting her. Give us both a chance, Futian continued to say. Ying heard him and left the cave. Futian closed his eyes again after Ying left. It was a horrible feeling to be unable to control one's own fate. He knew Ying didn't do anything wrong. She had to do things against her will in order to survive. Majestic old trees, many of which black, stood in the courtyard of a palace in Sanluo Manor. There were also a creek and a waterfall at the front where one could enjoy a distant view of the architectures and mountains. Han Lin, vice chief of Sanluo Manor, was sitting on top of the waterfall and cultivating with his eyes closed. Wisps of the energy of death flowed around his body. He heard Ying's footsteps approaching. But she stood quietly behind him and didn't interrupt. How is it going? Han Lin asked her. That man has protective energy in his body. He is not totally transformed yet. We may need to wait for a little longer. Ying bowed to Han Lin and answered. Han Lin opened his eyes. Wrapped in the will of death, he turned around and looked at Ying. His inky eyes made Ying lower her head even more. You have been in Sanluo Manor for a few years now. Are you still feeling resistant? Han Lin asked Ying. With her stomach in knots, Ying shook her head and replied. Ying doesn't dare. That means you do feel reluctant, but you're afraid of expressing it, Han Lin said in an icy voice. However, he didn't mind her answer. He smiled and said, Sanluo Manor only refines our enemies or people who are about to die anyway. We're offering them a new life, a chance to live again. What kind of objection do you have? Young master, I don't have any objection. Ying bowed again and answered. She didn't dare to raise her head. Okay. Han Lin nodded slightly and said, You should cultivate diligently so you can reach the Renhuang Plain sooner. Go away now. Yes. Ying nodded and left. Her strides were long and steady, yet her heart was filled with dread. She could feel a chill down her spine. Despite Han Lin's mild eyes and calm tone, she had an ominous feeling. What would her life be if she advanced to the Renhuang Plain? She heard some rumors in the years she spent in Saluo Manor. Several Renhuangs allegedly violated the rules of Saluo Manor, and were transformed into corpse puppets. Ing Qin paid frequent visits to the Yu Pavilion in the following days to remind Yi Futian to improve his disguise. Yi Futian understood that she agreed to help him despite not saying it explicitly. She couldn't do anything but wait inside of the Yu Pavilion. One day, a giant demonic beast spread its wings and flew to Saluo Manor. It was a demon emperor, whose cold and piercing eyes were jet black with a metallic sheen. Its wings gleamed like dark, sharp blades. A pretty woman dressed in men's attire stood on the demonic beast. She looked extraordinarily energetic and spirited. They were Xia Qingyuan and the Black-Winged Condor. Yi Futian knew the Black-Winged Condor would come for him since their hearts were linked. The Black-Winged Condor sensed Yi Futian's condition when he left the original realm and brought Xia Qingyuan to follow his course. However, they encountered some trouble when going through the space crack and would have died in the chaos if not for the Black-Winged Condor's ability to track Yi Futian's location. They also suffered serious injuries during the trip, albeit not as severe as Yi Futian's. After resting for a while, they learned about Yi Futian's situation and came to Saluo Manor after asking around about it in the outer realms. A guard with a stony face appeared and asked, "Who are you?" The Black-Winged Condor's eyes were filled with disdain. The invisible demonic chi enfolded the guard and alarmed him. "I heard people in the Saluo Manor cultivate the power of the Great Path of Death. I'm here to learn a lesson or two," said Xia Qingyuan. The Black-Winged Condor barged directly into Saluo Manor. The guard had no choice but to let them through. "Who dares to intrude into Saluo Manor?" Many cultivators came out of the palaces in Saluo Manor. Several of them were in the Renhuang Plain. Xia Qingyuan took a brief look at them before the terrifying swords of death shot out of her body. Those Renhuangs hurried to protect themselves from the swords of death. At that moment, Xia Qingyuan's divine will bloomed behind her. It was a frightful, dual-colored lotus that symbolized life and death. The dual-colored lotus emitted dangerous light of death and illuminated the vast space. Those Renhuangs who came out to stop her stared at the brilliant divine wheel of the Great Path open-mouthed. It was a perfect divine wheel. "Welcome to Saluo Manor, my friend." Hearing a voice that came from the distance, the crowd drew back immediately. The Black-Winged Condor stretched its wings and sprinted to a great hall in Saluo Manor, where a large number of cultivators were gathering. Han Lin sized Xia Qingyuan up and down. She had a perfect divine wheel and was obviously a stunning woman, despite the way she dressed. "I wonder which goddess the Saluo Manor is honored to host?" Han Lin asked the woman respectfully. In light of her beauty and her perfect divine wheel, she probably wasn't anyone ordinary. On top of that, she was confident enough to barge into Saluo Manor. "How dare you ask my lady's name?" the Black-Winged Condor said arrogantly. Its strident voice was cold and piercing. Han Lin glanced at the Black-Winged Condor. How came that even her demonic beast was so impudent? "My last name is Xia," Xia Qingyuan said to Han Lin. "I have been studying from my master, who sent me into the real world after I proved my path. I heard that the cultivators in the Saluo Manor are good at the Great Path of Death. So I come here to learn from you." Xia Qingyuan had a stately bearing and had achieved the first-order divine wheel. The young girl must be extraordinarily talented in order to develop the perfect divine wheel and prove her path at her age. She did seem like someone who immersed herself in cultivation. If that was the case, this young woman was probably inexperienced and unworldly. Her master must be a recluse with tremendous power. A series of ideas popped into Han Lin's head. Such a beautiful and wide-eyed woman was no doubt naive. He felt a rush of excitement at that thought. "Your master must be an esteemed man. May I ask his name?" Han Lin said. "My master is a countryman who doesn't know much about cultivation. You won't know his name," Xia Qingyuan replied. Han Lin's grin turned even broader. Just as he expected, her master was definitely a powerful man. Ying Qing stood behind Han Lin and stared at Xia Qingyuan. She began to believe what Yi Futian had told her. This must be his sister under the same master. Han Lin showed a surprisingly refined manner and cracked a gentle smile. He looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, "Your master doesn't care for fortune or fame. I won't pry any more then. Since you came to assess the ability of the cultivators in the outer realms, how about I arrange it for you?" Innumerable powerful cultivators resided in the boundless divine prefecture. Naturally, people in the divine prefecture were well aware of the existence of formidable master cultivators whose names were virtually unheard of. They had developed a way to survive in this situation. After witnessing Xia Qingyuan demonstrated her ability, Han Lin had no doubts that her master was an accomplished cultivator. Han Lin certainly needed to serve such a distinguished guest well. "Okay." Xia Qingyuan nodded. Although she had learned about Yi Futian's current condition from the Black-Winged Condor, she wasn't going to save him without a thoughtful plan. An influential group like Saluo Manor must be brutal and merciless. Considering her deep background, what would they do if they knew that she knew her best friend was being transformed into a corpse puppet? Would they bet on her forgiveness even if she promised so? They might release Yi Futian, but they could also kill them both. Furthermore, how could she let Saluo Manor off the hook for killing and refining Yi Futian? "Please," Han Lin said with a smile. He looked at the people around him and ordered, "Summon the lower Renhuangs who are currently in Saluo Manor to Saluo Cultivation Temple." "Yes, young master." People received his order and left. Han Lin led the way for Xia Qingyuan. As respectful as he was, he didn't seem too obsequious. After all, he was a Renhuang who only tried to be polite. Saluo Cultivation Temple and Saluo Manor stretched a vast expanse of the land on top of the mountains, surrounded by matrices for protection. A great number of cultivators gathered in Saluo Cultivation Temple at the moment. People in Saluo Manor all rushed to the temple after hearing the news. They couldn't help but exclaim how gorgeous and extraordinary Xia Qingyuan was. Standing next to the Black-Winged Condor on the side of the temple, she emitted brilliant divine light like a goddess. Even the men's clothes she was wearing couldn't conceal her striking beauty. People tended to glorify a person in their minds after learning about the person's special identity. They might not think the same way if Xia Qingyuan was only an ordinary girl. Even some middle-level Renhuang elders of Saluo Manor were gazing at the temple from their own palaces. Cultivators who had perfect divine wheels were usually disciples of top forces or offsprings of aristocratic families. The Saluo Manor was already a prominent force in the region. But no one in this generation had developed a perfect divine wheel. Even though Han Lin's divine wheel was perfect when he was a lower Renhuang, it didn't last after he advanced to the middle-level Renhuang plane. No one else in the younger generation, including other children of the chief of Saluo Manor, had had such accomplishments. For that reason, Han Lin was referred to as young master. He had the most talent and probably would surpass the chief in a few decades. "Who wants to try with the goddess?" Han Lin looked around the crowd and asked. A man named Han Yen walked onto the Saluo platform in a couple of strides and stared at Xia Qingyuan. He was an outstanding cultivator in Saluo Manor, and had already proved his path as a Renhuang despite his young age. "I hope to learn from the goddess." Han Yen released his energy and revealed his first-order divine wheel. "You're not worthy enough to fight with my lady." A tinge of disdain flashed across the Black-Winged Condor's face. Han Yen shot a menacing look at the Black-Winged Condor, his eyebrows knit tightly together. This demonic beast was only Xia Qingyuan's mount. How dare it show such insolence? Han Lin also glanced at the Black-Winged Condor. Despite his fake smile, deep down he was cursing. What an annoying beast. "Of course you can join the fight as well if you want," Han Lin said, smiling. The Black-Winged Condor's eyes gleamed with a metallic sheen. Its body hovered in midair and caused a violent storm around. But it dove down at full speed like a shadow. The law battle platform was only a place for internal sparring sessions in Saluo Manor. Even with its considerable size, it was still too small for a fight at this level. Han Yan's eyes glinted coldly when he saw the Black-Winged Condor charging at him. He unleashed the divine wheel of the great path inside of his body, and started a terrifying storm of death that blotted out the sun. He raised his hand and made a gripping gesture. A giant shadow of the hand of the death came into sight. Black Wind Condor launched an attack with its golden and extremely sharp claws and shot out a burst of energy that could tear up the space. Bang! Something streaked across the sky and the giant shadow of the hand of the death shattered instantly. The crowd could barely figure out the Black Wind Condor's movement before they saw its claws lodged in the law battle platform with a loud noise. Han Yen retreated to the edge of the platform. His clothes were torn to pieces, and a deep and frightening laceration appeared on his body. The look on people's faces changed. Han Yen glared at the Black Wind Condor in front of him. "You are too weak. How dare a low-level person like you ask to spar with my lady?" The Black Wind Condor threw a tart comment and turned around to return to Xiaqing Yuan's side without attacking further. After all, the Black Wind Condor had been Yi Futian's mount for so many years and could connect with Yi Futian's mind. It shared whatever comprehension and enlightenment Yi Futian attained and developed a superb offensive ability for itself. Although the Black Wind Condor was a little too harsh, its arrogance and force made Xiaqing Yuan shine even brighter. How unfathomable this woman must be if even her mount was so domineering. "Little Condor, you're being rude," Xiaqing Yuan said. "We only came here to exchange ideas and learn from each other. The cultivation level of our opponent doesn't matter." Then she stepped forward and walked onto the platform. Surrounded by the dazzling divine light, she looked at the crowd with her captivating eyes and said, "Anyone willing to offer me guidance can come and give it a try. I would like to have a glimpse of the goddess's grace." An elder man walked forward, his robes flapping in the wind. He looked at Xiaqing Yuan and said, "Be careful, my lady." His hands formed a seal before his voice faded away. In an instant, numerous seals of death emerged in all directions and darted straight to Xiaqing Yuan the moment he raised his hand and pointed at her. Xiaqing Yuan activated her divine wheel. A dazzling dual-colored lotus wrapped her body, and its petals floated toward the incoming seals. Xiaqing Yuan stood inside of the lotus, where the seals couldn't enter without being destroyed right away. The dual-colored divine light formed a ring around Xiaqing Yuan and made her appear even holier. The cultivators of Saluo Manor couldn't help but secretly admire the beauty of the perfect divine wheel. 1, 2, 3. More and more lotuses bloomed and consumed the countless seals of death. Then they transformed into the death ray and charged at the elder man. The lotus obtained from God's relic fused with Xiaqing Yuan's life spirit and transfigured her. She had been cultivating alongside Yi Futian and had considerable strength even though she wasn't capable enough to get a chance to join the battle back in the original realm. 3 supreme forces were involved in the battle in the original realm. Many of the people there were much more powerful than the cultivators of Saluo Manor. The lotuses emitted the light of the divine catastrophe. The elder man couldn't hold out against the attack with his second-order divine wheel and soon backed away. Another Rehuang stepped onto the platform. With a rumbling noise, the mighty force of death overcast the sky. A shadow of the Reaper appeared above and a ray of divine light directly shone on Xiaqing Yuan's body. The next moment, the divine light of death fell from the sky and struck Xiaqing Yuan. This man was very intimidating with his third-order divine wheel. Xiaqing Yuan's lotus divine wheel flared up. Millions of lotuses swirled and created a pair of dual-colored swords of life and death. The storm circled around her body and dashed against the force generated by her opponent. Upon their collision, the lotus spawned a huge number of flowers and engulfed the divine light of death. The man was defeated before long. None of the other lower Renhuangs went onto the platform could even draw nearer Xiaqing Yuan. They were all overpowered by her. The battle stopped in a short while. Xiaqing Yuan hovered above the platform alone and was surrounded by divine light, her white dress blowing in the wind. Xiaqing Yuan utilized the advantage provided by her perfect divine will to win against cultivators who were above her level. She wanted to create an illusion for the people of Saluo Manor that she had a distinguished background. "Excellent." Han Lin looked at Xiaqing Yuan and said, "You're truly a goddess with unparalleled beauty and a perfect divine wheel. No one in the lower Renhuang plain from Siluo Manor is a match for you. Han Lin wasn't very interested in women in the past. At most, he trifled with them and used them for cultivation. Yet now, an idea came to his mind. It would be nice if he could make this woman his spiritual partner in cultivation. Xia Qingyuan pulled back and returned to her original place while still radiating divine light from her body. Thank you very much, Xia Qingyuan said to Han Lin. You're welcome, said Han Lin. Sorry that I disrupted your day. I'm leaving now, Xia Qingyuan said to Han Lin. Where do you plan to go? Han Lin asked. I come out to learn about the cultivation methods of various schools and groups. I don't have a specific goal in mind, said Xia Qingyuan. Since that's the case, you might as well stay for a few more days here in Siluo Manor. We have plenty of cultivation methods. Besides, I will go on a trip in the near future. I can travel alongside you and guide you. What do you think? Han Lin asked. Xia Qingyuan thought about it for a moment and nodded slightly, said, I won't refuse your kindness. You're more than welcome. Han Lin turned around and ordered, arrange a palace for the goddess immediately. Xia Qingyuan remained indifferent the whole time. As a princess in the Emperor Xia's realm, she had always been cold and arrogant before she met Yi Futian and was only playing herself right now. Ying Qing watched everything quietly on the side. Although she had been helping Yi Futian, she never truly made up her mind. Witnessing Xia Qingyuan's power certainly moved her. Ying Qing left the temple discreetly and went to the Yu Pavilion. She walked into the cavern residence and looked at Yi Futian, who was lying in the matrix. Although Yi Futian still had his eyes tightly closed, he was aware of everything that happened outside. Moreover, he could communicate with the Black Wind Condor and asked it to carry out the plan. Your sister's last name is Xia? Ying Qing asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian opened his eyes and said to her, Yes. Do you believe me now? Ying Qing looked into his eyes and felt the struggle inside of her heart. Then she nodded her head solemnly. Xia Qingyuan was accommodated in the palace in Siluo Manor with the best view. Since it was high on the mountains, Xia Qingyuan could see the clouds and mist floating outside as if she was in some sort of fairyland. Right now, Xia Qingyuan was cultivating there with her eyes closed. No one came to disrupt her. While in fact, Xia Qingyuan was not feeling serene at all. She knew that Yi Futian was inside of Siluo Manor and was in grave danger. But she and the little condor only arrived at the Divine Prefecture days ago and had no help at all. She had to remain calm, as any reckless move could put their lives at risk. A person was walking through the clouds not far away from where Xia Qingyuan was. Dashing and refined, it was Han Lin, the vice chief of Siluo Manor. He gazed forward at the divine light glowing from Xia Qingyuan. The will of life and death wrapped around her body while she was sitting on a blooming holy lotus. She looked like a goddess out of this world. Han Lin was quite experienced with women, yet he had never seen one as elegant as Xia Qingyuan. She must be even more ravishing if she wore women's attire. Maybe it was more convenient for her to dress as a young man. After all, she was a disciple who newly entered the real world. Han Lin stopped before coming too close to Xia Qingyuan. Although Siluo Manor was his home, he didn't want to interrupt her in a bad-mannered way. Such politeness was vastly different from before when he ordered Ying Qing to transform Yi Futian into a corpse puppet. How can I help you, Vice Chief? Xia Qingyuan opened her eyes and asked Han Lin. Miss Xia, you said you came out to learn about cultivation methods from different groups. Even though Siluo Manor is not a top force, we still have plenty of books and scriptures in the collection. Would you be interested? Han Lin asked with a smile. If that's the case, please feel free to come closer. No need to be so polite, Xia Qingyuan replied. I was worried that I might interrupt your cultivation. Han Lin walked towards Xia Qingyuan in a couple of long and graceful strides. He maintained a short distance from her and waved his arm. In an instant, numerous jade slips and ancient books flew towards Xia Qingyuan and floated in front of her. These are some of the decent ancient books about the Great Path collected by Siluo Manor. Please feel free to take a look, Han Lin said. Thank you, Vice Chief. Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly and read the books in silence. Han Lin quietly sat by her side for a long time. A cultivator at his level naturally had great patience. Xia Qingyuan noticed that these were top-notch cultivation methods indeed. Han Lin was being intentionally generous to rope her in with these books. Nevertheless, she remained composed and stopped reading after glancing through some of the books. She looked at Han Lin and said, "This is quite a good collection. I learned a lot from it. But I read many of these when I was studying with my master. The principles of the Great Path are the same. I didn't see anything I particularly need." Han Lin was a little disheartened by Xia Qingyuan's comments, but he soon got over it. Xia Qingyuan's master must be a marvelous cultivator who knew far more superior cultivation methods. As good as his collection was, it was probably not special enough to catch Xia Qingyuan's eyes. "Sorry to disappoint you," said Han Lin. Xia Qingyuan shook her head. "My master has already taught me our way of cultivation. I came out this time only to visit different groups and draw on their experience. It's not appropriate for me to study your method from scratch. I truly appreciate that you're willing to share the collection of Siluo Manor with me. I came to Siluo Manor because I heard that your cultivators are experts in the Great Path of Death. Therefore, I want to see if there are any special cultivation methods about that." Han Lin nodded and replied, "Siluo Manor does have a unique method, but only a few people have succeeded. They are all direct offspring, none of whom could spar with you. We have another peculiar cultivation method. But it is a deviated approach that has a bad reputation." He observed Xia Qingyuan carefully, intending to fathom her attitude toward it. If Xia Qingyuan were a straight and conventional person who considered it to be an evil method, he would have to drop the idea of cultivating with her. "What kind of method?" Xia Qingyuan asked casually. She gazed into the distance as if she wasn't paying much attention. "Cultivating through puppets. It's unavoidable for people like us to have enemies. There are also people in the manor who are about to die. With their consent, we can make them puppets who can continue to serve Siluo Manor after their death," said Han Lin. Of course, he couldn't tell her the whole truth. A chill crept over Xia Qingyuan. Was Yi Futian a part of Siluo Manor or their enemy? Why was he being transformed? Nonetheless, Xia Qingyuan had incredible self-control. She remained composed even as the anger grew in her heart. What's the purpose of cultivation if we can't take revenge on our enemies? Xia Qingyuan looked at Han Lin and said, "As for the cultivators in the manor, what's wrong with them utilizing their values in another way as long as they agree to it?" Han Lin was surprised. He grinned at Xia Qingyuan and realized that he admired Xia Qingyuan even more. "My master once told me that the road of cultivation is meant to be cruel and merciless. How would we survive if we're too lenient? We need to take advantage of everything we have to cultivate and persevere in the world. Otherwise, why would I bother to come to Siluo Manor?" Xia Qingyuan continued while gazing forward. Yi Futian already asked Ding Qing what kind of a person Han Lin was and told the little condor. Xia Qingyuan said everything Han Lin wanted to hear. "Your master must be a remarkable cultivator. I will certainly visit him and listen to his guidance if the chance arises in the future." Han Lin was more than delighted. Xia Qingyuan not only had a marvelous master and striking beauty, but she also shared the same views as him. Maybe this was destiny. He was immersed in cultivation for the first half of his life and had never had any real feelings for any woman. In his eyes, they were only objects he could exploit. Yet now he felt aroused. It was not easy to find a perfect woman. He certainly would make every effort now that he met one. "My master doesn't like strangers," Xia Qingyuan replied casually. Han Lin was thrown into an awkward silence. Xia Qingyuan seemed to realize that she misspoke, so she added, "Please don't mind me. It's all right." Han Lin laughed and stood up. Xia Qingyuan was surely an unworldly girl. It was surprising how forthright she was. Even so, he liked her. "Sorry I interrupted your cultivation today. I will visit you again tomorrow," said Han Lin. "Please keep these books for now." You can feel free to read them just for fun even if they're not particularly useful for you. Good. Xia Qingyuan nodded. Han Lin said goodbye and left with a smile. Xia Qingyuan continued to cultivate quietly without doing anything out of the norm. To raise no suspicion, she didn't even walk around inside Saluo Manor. Yi Futian's life was not in danger right this moment. Although Xia Qingyuan could barely wait one more second to save him, she had to be patient and play safe. Han Lin was not a gullible man. Xia Qingyuan couldn't let him figure out that she came to Saluo Manor with a goal in mind. Otherwise, he might become suspicious easily. Han Lin paid a short visit to Xia Qingyuan each day in the following days. They mostly talked about cultivation. Han Lin discovered that Xia Qingyuan was obsessed with cultivation and nothing else. Naturally, he catered to her tastes. As time went by, Han Lin felt like he became more and more familiar with Xia Qingyuan. He even learned her name, albeit not the real one. One day, Han Lin brought a person to Xia Qingyuan. It was a corpse puppet that was surrounded by the death will. Despite the human body, it looked ghastly and frightening. How fascinating! It has such a strong will of death. Xia Qingyuan seemed to be captivated by the corpse puppet and even stood up. An exciting look flashed across Han Lin's face. Xia Qingyuan was indeed someone who was fixated on cultivation and attracted by everything about it. The corpse puppet was produced through a unique cultivation method of Saluo Manor and was quite special. No wonder Xia Qingyuan was so interested. What is this? A strident voice sounded. The black-winged condor stepped forward and stared at the puppet. My lady, this thing is filthy. The will of death inside of this puppet is so pure, Xia Qingyuan said. Han Lin sneered at the black-winged condor. Xia Qingyuan was everything he wanted. It would definitely be extremely beneficial for both of them if they could cultivate together. Wisps of the will of death flowed out of the puppet and filled the room with the smell of death. Xia Qingyuan emitted brilliant divine light as several lotuses of life flew out. Surging and rolling, the will of death refused to be expelled even when the light shone directly on the puppet's body. The divine light around Xia Qingyuan became even more blinding. The lotuses enclosed the puppet and melted it little by little. The puppet's body shook violently and eventually disappeared after a while. This puppet can resist it for so long, Xia Qingyuan exclaimed. The puppet is controlled by me and doesn't have a life. It can survive deadly attacks and continue to fight, Han Lin said. Xia Qingyuan nodded gently and looked at Han Lin. This method. But then she stopped talking. Han Lin saw her expression and understood her unspoken words. He cracked a smile. He brought the corpse puppet here specifically to gauge Xia Qingyuan's attitude. He would certainly consider teaching her if she wanted to learn. However, only the core figures of Saluo Manor could learn this method. He wouldn't pass it on to Xia Qingyuan easily. This is a secret method of Saluo Manor. Only the core figures can cultivate in this way, Han Lin said. Xia Qingyuan didn't respond. She understood what Han Lin meant. Han Lin, can you please lend me a few puppets for research? Xia Qingyuan called him Han Lin instead of Vice Chief, which made their relationship seem closer. Han Lin was exhilarated that his efforts in the past few days hadn't been wasted. Of course. Han Lin nodded without hesitation. He ordered, Go to the U Pavilion to prepare for this. Yes. Several people exited the room. Yingqing left with them. Was Xia Qingyuan finally ready to make a move? Yingqing didn't expect Yi Futian's sister to have such a level of patience. She never revealed any intention to save Yi Futian. Instead, she took the time to get familiar with Han Lin to the point where Han Lin delivered himself to her. Han Lin probably never thought that Xia Qingyuan had been waiting for him to show off the corpse puppets all these times. But Yingqing certainly wouldn't say anything. She agreed to be a part of it, but she still didn't know much. It wouldn't have anything to do with her if Yi Futian's attempt failed. After all, she had no idea where Yi Futian's confidence came from. Inside the cavern residence in the U Pavilion, Han Lin's servants picked a few corpse puppets for Xia Qingyuan. Yingqing, on the other hand, brought out Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian's body had a dark color and was wrapped in the will of death. His eyes were tightly closed as if he was about to die any second. Qing, this one is not fully transformed yet. The vice chief doesn't have control over him either. Why are you bringing him? A person looked at Qing and asked. They picked up Yi Futian together days ago and recognized him easily. More or less, I suppose you can figure out what the young master is thinking about, said Qing. Sure thing, Goddess Xia is a gorgeous woman and a good match for the vice chief. Maybe she will be our mistress in the future, someone playfully said. Of course, they would only gossip about the young master in private. The vice chief purposefully brought a corpse puppet to visit the goddess. He probably wants her to learn how to refine corpse puppets. This one may be useful specifically because he is not fully transformed yet. Otherwise, all the corpse puppets are the same. What's the purpose of doing this? Qing said. Other people thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Qing had a point. That being so, they should bring Yi Futian along. Right now, Yi Futian was faking his death. He sealed off all the energy inside of his body and let the death will surround him. The servants brought the corpse puppets out of the cavern residence and arrived at Xia Qingyuan's palace shortly after. Because some of the corpse puppets belonged to other people, their owners also went to Xia Qingyuan's palace to order the puppets to line up in front of Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian was the only one who wasn't controlled yet. Xia Qingyuan's heart was pounding violently the moment she saw Yi Futian. People in Saluo Manor didn't know who Yi Futian was, but she certainly understood how marvelous Yi Futian was back in the original realm. The best cultivator in the original realm was treated so horribly here. Xia Qingyuan could feel her heart aching. He must be suffering. However, Xia Qingyuan still did her best to conceal her emotions. Isn't he not refined yet? Han Lin also noticed Yi Futian. He didn't pay much attention to this random, dying man they picked up on the road that day. Since he had been devoted to Xia Qingyuan in recent days, he almost forgot about Yi Futian completely. It only occurred to him now that he saw Yi Futian again. The goddess wants to research the puppets. That's why I brought him here too. Qing bowed and answered. Okay. Han Lin nodded. Qing's idea was pretty good. Han Lin looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, These are finished corpse puppets. This one is not fully refined yet, and isn't controlled by anyone for now. Thank you very much. Xia Qingyuan had a strong urge to kill Han Lin, but she made an effort to keep a tight rein on her feelings. All that had been achieved would be spoiled if her intention was detected. She stared at the corpse puppets and occupied them with her divine consciousness, as though she was studying them carefully. The death will seem so natural. This method of refining puppets is truly exquisite. I never heard about it even from my master. Xia Qingyuan expressed her admiration. She surely knew that Han Lin intended to attract her with the method of refining puppets. By faking interest and singing praises, she let his guard slip. As Xia Qingyuan expected, Han Lin grinned upon hearing her comment. This is a secret method of Saluo Manor, and is indeed remarkable. But your master is an extraordinary cultivator. Saluo Manor couldn't possibly compare to him when it comes to cultivation method. Xia Qingyuan didn't respond. She focused on studying the corpse's puppets. Seeing how she ignored him, Han Lin said sensibly, Why don't you research on them for now? Please feel free to do whatever you want on these puppets. Thank you. Xia Qingyuan nodded at Han Lin despite her deep hatred toward him. She couldn't wait for Han Lin to leave, but she restrained herself and didn't act too eager. It took her great efforts not to kick him out immediately. This was not the time to be careless. Xia Qingyuan didn't jump into action even after Han Lin was gone. She kept pretending to study these puppets studiously outside of the palace. It was impossible to know how many people were watching her here in Saluo Manor. She had to be extra careful. Darkness settled in. Saluo Manor was especially gloomy due to the death that permeated the air. Xia Qingyuan finally started to move. She sent the puppets into the palace and asked the little condor to bring Yi Futian into the inner courtyard, where she applied the sealing technique. She did the same thing every night for the following days. It was quite common for cultivators traveling outside to block the divine consciousness. No one became suspicious because of that. Since the other puppets were controlled by the people of Salua Manor, she wasn't ready to act until now and still couldn't make any move in front of them. Yi Futian sensed Xia Qingyuan's sealing technique and finally opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He felt much comfortable now that he got out of the matrix. He could recover from his injuries without spending all of his energy to resist the power of death in the matrix. Nevertheless, he still needed time. He was still extremely weak after his escape. Yi Futian opened his eyes and saw Xia Qingyuan's beautiful face. Xia Qingyuan's heart was aching while staring at Yi Futian. She felt powerless and useless as she couldn't save him. I told you to go back to Emperor Xia's realm. Why would you risk your life to come here? Yi Futian sighed softly. It was unbelievably dangerous for Xia Qingyuan and the little condor to go through the space crack and come to the divine prefecture. They might have gotten lost if not for the little condor's ability to track him. Even so, he was grateful that they came for him. Otherwise, he didn't really know how to get out of here. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian with a scowl on her face. He still behaved in this way, even under the current circumstances. She squatted down and picked Yi Futian up. Yi Futian was surprised to see that Xia Qingyuan's life spirit bloomed into a brilliant lotus of life. One by one, the petals sprouted and grew larger, and eventually enveloped the entire space. The remarkable energy of life was circling each petal. Beyond that, Xia Qingyuan seemed to have an unlimited current of life, which flowed to Yi Futian in countless thin streams that connected them. Complemented by the dazzling divine light, she looked like a sacred Jyotian goddess. As their bodies intertwining perfectly, the power of life poured into Yi Futian from Xia Qingyuan, and gradually neutralized the power of death in Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian had nothing to hide from Xia Qingyuan as the power of life rushed into his limbs and organs. The petals slowly closed and encased Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan inside. It looked like a bright lamp in the darkness. The black-winged condor watching nearby felt a little melancholy. They were doing it right in front of the condor in broad daylight. No, in the darkness. They really had no respect for the condor. How could they? The black-winged condor turned around and walked out. It was not appropriate for him to watch. He sighed with wonder at what was happening between Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. Although he had been biased against Xia Qingyuan, he couldn't help but exclaim. The princess was a real woman. The black-winged condor was on the lookout for them for several hours that night. Mixed feelings rushed through his mind. Finally, the divine light faded, and the unblemished petals slowly retracted back into the lotus, which revealed Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan inside. Bashful and blushing, Xia Qingyuan seemed exceptionally lovely. Thank you, Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan. He was a little lost upon seeing Xia Qingyuan's flushed cheeks. Her long hair was loose, and her eyes were bewitching. She didn't look like the princess she usually was. Xia Qingyuan threw a glare at Yi Futian as if she was displeased by his response. How are you feeling? Xia Qingyuan asked quietly. She didn't notice that her voice was extra soft. I can circulate the energy inside of my body. Now I need some time to recover from my injuries, said Yi Futian. He was completely free from the threat of the will of the death. With Xia Qingyuan's help, he was in a much better state than when he first arrived at the divine prefecture. All he needed to do now was to recuperate by himself. Okay. Xia Qingyuan nodded and said, Have a good rest. She shot a glance at Yi Futian and carried him into the room. When she walked out with a faint blush on her face, she noticed a pair of bright eyes peeking at her. Xia Qingyuan was startled, yet the black-winged condor had already turned his head away. The condor didn't see anything. Xia Qingyuan walked toward the black-winged condor from behind. The condor could feel the hair standing on end on his neck. Women were truly fickle. How did they switch emotions so quickly? He only sneaked a few peeks. It really wasn't a big deal. Bring a puppet to me, Xia Qingyuan ordered. She planned to destroy each puppet in the name of research. As a result, Yi Futian could disappear reasonably. These puppets were not human anymore and were only used by the Salul Manor to kill more people. Thus, Xiaqing Yuan didn't feel any moral burden at all. One by one, the black-winged condor brought in the puppets for Xiaqing Yuan to clean up. After everything was done, Xiaqing Yuan returned to the room to rest. Yi Futian was still there, of course. They had to share the room. Yi Futian had no other choices. Yi Futian felt much better the next morning. He was regaining his health at light speed and should be able to get back to normal in no time. The important thing was to avoid detection. Han Lin came to visit Xiaqing Yuan again as usual. However, he didn't get to see her for the first time since she came to Salul Manor. The black-winged condor met with Han Lin and told him that Xiaqing Yuan gained some enlightenment from the day before and was cultivating in seclusion. Han Lin was convinced by the scintillating divine light and the holy lotuses blooming and surrounding the palace Xiaqing Yuan resided. He left a message and decided to drop by another day. At this moment, Han Lin didn't realize why Xiaqing Yuan was cultivating in seclusion. He already received the report that Xiaqing Yuan destroyed all the puppets for research. Despite the hefty cost, he believed it was a worthy investment as long as he could win over Xiaqing Yuan. What pleased him more was that Xiaqing Yuan seemed to be gaining something from his efforts. Everything appeared to be normal and reasonable. Han Lin left with no hard feelings. Xiaqing Yuan, on the other hand, started to cultivate in seclusion in Salul Manor. Xiaqing Yuan was cultivating in seclusion and sealed the pavilion to avoid being disturbed by outsiders. This was a very normal thing to do, and no one suspected anything. As for the destruction of a few puppets, Han Lin had mentioned before that Xiaqing Yuan could use them however she liked. There was nothing wrong with Xiaqing Yuan destroying them. She had finished studying them so that no one would investigate. Perhaps it was because she studied the puppets that Xiaqing Yuan had some revelations. Han Lin thought so he did not disturb Xiaqing Yuan and instead occupied himself with his own business. Time passed as Xiaqing Yuan stayed in seclusion in Salul Manor. She called it cultivating in seclusion, but she was actually waiting for the world tree to heal Yi Futian's damaged body. Originally, he could have fully recovered from the heavy injuries he suffered previously by himself. But he was captured by Salul Manor and put into the death matrix. This made matters worse and made it so that the strength he could use was enough to resist the death force. Now, after coming out of the matrix, he had Xiaqing Yuan baptize his body, accelerating his recovery. So, during these days, when Xiaqing Yuan was in seclusion, Yi Futian recovered quickly and was able to move his body within a few days. However, Xiaqing Yuan still had not come out of seclusion. Before coming here, Xiaqing Yuan and Little Condor had scouted the Salul Manor. They had the High Order Renhuang protecting it, and Salul Mansion's chief was powerful. Although Yi Futian had killed the High Order Renhuang before, for the sake of caution, he needed to return to his full strength. After all, there were only 3 of them, and the only one who could truly stand up to Salul Manor was probably Yi Futian. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed. That day, when Yingqing brought Yi Futian to Xiaqing Yuan's place, she was always very nervous and worried that she would be exposed. After all, if she was not careful, she could be implicated and end up in a terrible situation. She was the one who brought him there, and if she was found out, she did not know if she would be suspected. Although there was no flaw in this plan, and she did not have a reason to help a puppet, she was still afraid that Yi Futian would betray her. Despite her fears, she still chose to help Yi Futian that day. People of the Saint Plain were very tough-minded. She had been trapped in Salul Manor for several years and wanted to leave very long ago. This went against her heart, but if Yi Futian could really give her a chance to escape, she was willing to make this gamble. On this day, she followed Han Lin to the U Pavilion. Yingqing and the others followed closely behind with normal expressions. It had been so many days. After Yi Futian was sent away, Xiaqing Yuan went into seclusion to cultivate, presumably to allow Yi Futian to recover. What exactly did they want to do? Even if he recovered, how could they deal with Salul Manor? A figure dressed in black robes, with a terrifying aura, walked towards them. It was Salul Manor's U Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master! Han Lin nodded at the other party. Vice Chief, come with me. The Yu Pavilion Master led Han Lin and the others to a hidden palace, where there was an extremely strong corpse puppet. As a sense of death shrouded the palace, Ying Qing and the others retreated outside the palace, not daring to go in. What do you think? The Pavilion Master of the Yu Pavilion asked Han Lin. Han Lin stared at the tall puppet. It was refined by a powerful person at the 7th Order of the Divine Wheel. They had paid a huge price and spent a long time dealing with this person, and now he was finally refined. He looked at the puppet with a sharp gaze, only to see the puppet's eyes were also open. A terrifying cold green light shot out from it like a ghost. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Han Lin thanked him. He was willing to give Xia Qingyuan some puppets to use for training because he felt that the consequences of doing so were insignificant. A puppet of this level was the kind of strong power Saluo Manor truly possessed. Naturally, there was no need to talk about his father's puppet, and now that he had this puppet, he would be able to increase his strength greatly. You're too kind, Vice Chief. The Yu Pavilion Master spoke up. It's a pity that there are too few puppets of this level in Saluo Manor. There are only 2 otherwise. Han Lin nodded. If there were more of these kinds of puppets, they would have already annexed another opposing force. But there was no rush. When they took down the other side one day, they would all be refined into puppets. Good puppets are hard to find, Han Lin said. The puppet that you ordered people to bring in that day was actually very good, but it's a pity that it went to waste, the Yu Pavilion Master said. Han Lin thought of the person he had picked up earlier, but he did not feel too strongly about it. He was only at the Divine Will 2nd Order. It's not really a pity that he went to waste. No, I spied on his internal breath. His Divine Will is probably perfect grade, and he's good at controlling the power of life and death. Hence, the Matrix's death force was unable to invade and refine him. The Yu Pavilion Master said. You often send people to check on him from time to time. I thought that you regarded that corpse puppet highly, but I was mistaken. Perfect grade and good at controlling the will of life and death? Han Lin furrowed his eyebrows. He had a feeling that something was wrong. Wasn't this Xia Qingyuan? Her divine will was perfect, she was good at controlling the will of life and death, and she was gifted beyond compare. What a coincidence! Ying Qing's heart started thumping when she heard the words of the Pavilion Master outside the palace, and her face changed uncontrollably. She slightly bowed her head to cover up her panic at that moment. She calmed herself down and returned to her normal appearance, but she was still very nervous. The Yu Pavilion Master had checked on Yi Futian these past few days? This was the Yu Pavilion, and someone would go to that matrix every day, but no one would touch the puppet that the Vice Chief was refining. However, it was normal for the Yu Pavilion Master to view the puppet to see how the Vice Chief's puppet was doing. But saying it right now, how could Han Lin not have thought of it? Yes, I heard that you gave a woman permission to cultivate? The Yu Pavilion Master asked. He did not really take notice of Xia Qingyuan. The Yu Pavilion was located in the depths of Saluo Manor, and from the entire mountain range, it was rather secluded. The Yu Pavilion Master was also busy with puppet refining, so ordinary things would not disturb him. Hence, it was not until Ying Qing took the puppet away that he asked a question and learned about Xia Qingyuan. But even then, he did not ask much in detail. Those words were unintentional, but when they fell on Han Lin's ears, they felt like a hammer strike to his head. Pavilion Master, who comes here often? Han Lin asked. He had not paid much attention to Yi Futian's presence before and had only asked about him once or twice, let alone sent people here to check on him frequently. Your subordinate outside. The Yu Pavilion Master pointed towards Ying Qing. Ying Qing came forward, controlled the fear within her heart, and bowed. Ying Qing doesn't dare to ignore the Vice Chief's instructions. That puppet was difficult to refine, so I came here from time to time to take a look. How many times did you come? Han Lin asked. More than 10 times, Ying Qing replied. She came more frequently later on. Did you bring him over there too? Han Lin asked again. Vice Chief, if I knew that this puppet was extraordinary, I would definitely not have brought it there. I would have replaced it with another puppet. Ying Qing could adapt to situations quite well. She did not mention Xia Qingyuan, only that she did not know this puppet was extraordinary. Han Lin did not mention that Xia Qingyuan was suspicious. If Ying Qing took the initiative to mention it, it would be the same as admitting it herself. Under this sudden pressure, many people would easily get confused and accidentally spill the beans. Han Lin stared at Ying Qing, who knelt on one knee, her head lowered as she trembled with fear. Now, all these were not loopholes and could be explained. Seeing Ying Qing's attitude, although Han Lin had his doubts, he did not really think that Ying Qing and the other party were in cahoots. After all, she had absolutely no reason to do so. Why would she help someone who was going to die soon? And how could she get in touch with Xia Qingyuan? There were some loopholes in this. But if it happened to be that they sent Yi Futian to Xia Qingyuan, it would be a bit too coincidental. Xia Qingyuan disguised herself so much that she did not move even when she saw the puppet. Then, if she was suspicious, she must have known in advance that they had refined Yi Futian into a puppet. However, how did she know that? There were several rings in this that could not be aligned. However, as long as he went to ask Xia Qingyuan, everything would be clear. "What's wrong?" the pavilion master asked, seemingly realizing that there was something wrong with this. "That woman is suspicious," Han Lin replied. Then, he stepped out first and said, "Bring her with you." He naturally was referring to Ying Qing. Ying Qing's face was a bit pale. She did not think that the conversation between the Yu pavilion master and Han Lin made her a suspect. Moreover, she knew that Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan were problematic, and Han Lin would be able to find out the truth once he went there. Thinking of this, she felt her whole body turn cold, but then she felt at ease. Since she had gambled, would she not have considered that she would lose her life if she failed? The Yu pavilion master frowned. Vice Chief Han Lin had been cheated? Thinking of this, he also followed Han Lin and was ready to see what was going on. Han Lin had been so attentive to Xia Qingyuan these few days. Before she went into seclusion, he would come here every day to chat with her, and he even used the resources of Silua Manor for her cultivation. He thought that this was fate, and since it had fallen upon him, he naturally had to grasp it. But now, looking at it, was this fate, or was everything deliberately arranged? Is the goddess, who seems to be otherworldly, really so sinister? He wondered. Han Lin went to Xia Qingyuan. His body hovered above the cliff as he looked toward the palace in front of him. The people behind him stayed back and did not catch up to him. He needed to confirm his suspicions first. What if everything was really just a coincidence? Wouldn't that offend the beauty? Though the likelihood of that was low, he still held a hint of such a thought, and was unwilling to admit that he had been played. "Is the goddess still cultivating?" Han Lin spoke aloud toward the palace. His divine consciousness enveloped the palace and soon encountered a sealing force. Xia Qingyuan raised her head to look at the outside of the palace. Streams of invisible energy were dashing against the seals she set up. She knew that Han Lin might have discovered something. He wouldn't be so rude otherwise. Xia Qingyuan turned around and stared at the silver-haired man who was sitting with his legs crossed. Surrounded by a bright light while cultivating, Yi Futian had returned to full health by now. Complemented by his white clothes and silver hair, his handsome and exquisite face seemed more mature and more charming. He opened his eyes and shot a glance at Xia Qingyuan. "Open the seal." According to the information that Xia Qingyuan and the Black Wind Condor had gathered outside of Silua Manor, the chief of the Silua Manor had achieved the Divine Will's 7th order yet didn't have a perfect Divine Will. Although he sounded like a capable man, Yi Futian should be able to deal with him with no trouble. Han Lin hovered by the side of the cliff where the palace was located. His divine consciousness inspected the palace once the seal was lifted. He instantly noticed the other man in addition to Xia Qingyuan and the Black Wind Condor. He paid no heed to Yi Futian before, as he was nothing but a dying man they picked up on the road. Nevertheless, Yi Futian seemed like such a dreamy and extraordinary man now. Everything looked perfect when he was next to Xia Qingyuan. It was as though it was only right for them to stand side by side. At this moment, Han Lin's eyes were icy and piercing. He realized that he had been played. Everything he dreamed about before was his own wishful thinking. He had cultivated for so many years. The last thing he would expect was to be played by a young woman. He thought Xiaoqing Yuan was unworldly and naive, yet he only discovered now that she had him eating out of her hand. He even sent her their cultivation methods and the corpse puppets. Han Lin was afraid that plenty of subordinates in the Sanluo manor would laugh at him in secret because of this. Other cultivators also stepped forward and stood behind Han Lin. They obviously saw Yi Futian as well and became aware of what happened. Everyone's face was grim at the thought that the Sanluo manor had fallen into the enemy's trap. One of the Renhuangs shot a glance at the ashen-faced Ying Qing. Considering what the master of the Yu Pavilion just said and what they were witnessing now, Ying Qing was probably involved in this scheme. Even if she were not, the vice chief he knew would never let her off the hook easily. Xiaoqing Yuan and Yi Futian stepped out, followed by the Black Wind Condor. They raised their heads and looked at Han Lin, who was hovering in midair. Xiaoqing Yuan didn't hide her aversion and contempt for Han Lin this time. Han Lin cracked a scornful smile when he saw her expression. It was unclear if he was ridiculing herself or himself. Yi Futian was quite calm and looked at Han Lin indifferently as if Han Lin was a dead man walking. "I'm very curious about your plan. What can you possibly do even if you manage to save him?" Han Lin said to Xiaoqing Yuan. He didn't ask about her real identity. It was pointless. He already determined that both Xiaoqing Yuan and Yi Futian had to die the moment he saw Yi Futian. There was no other way. He was going to turn Yi Futian into a corpse puppet before. How could he let him leave Sanluo Manor alive now? That being said, he was still mildly shocked that Yi Futian could get back on his feet. Maybe it had something to do with how Yi Futian and Xiaoqing Yuan cultivated together. Xiaoqing Yuan didn't respond to Han Lin's question. Yi Futian took a step forward, his white robe flapping even though there was no wind. Wisps of the energy of the Great Path were flowing freely. Han Lin glanced at them and said, "Leave the woman for me. Bring the man and that damn beast to the Yu Pavilion and refine them into corpse puppets." He didn't call Xiaoqing Yuan goddess, or by her name. The name she told him must be fake since everything else was a lie. He didn't plan on killing Xiaoqing Yuan just yet. He wanted to make sure that she would pay the price. Just like how he treated the other women, he would play with and torture her to his heart's content before transforming her into the most beautiful corpse puppet he had ever owned. Han Lin's subordinates rushed forward one after the other. An old man among them was a middle-level Renhuang with frightening strength. He was charged with the death will and created numerous shadows of death at once. The shadows hovered above Yi Futian and Xiaoqing Yuan and quickly surrounded the entire palace with a grand matrix of ghosts. The matrix was filled with ghosts and the terrifying energy of the death, which could attack people's spiritual souls. The old man's hand made a gripping gesture toward Yi Futian. Hundreds of ghosts immediately pounced on Yi Futian ferociously. Yi Futian's body radiated brilliantly and emitted the sword will that effectively frightened and warded off the ghosts. Buzz! A blinding blade of light flashed, and the sword will pierced the sky straight away. The shadows, ghosts, and the matrix that enveloped the palace shattered into a million pieces in an instant. The old man was alarmed. Endless gray death current wrapped around his body, and a gigantic ghostly shadow emerged. Yi Futian took a brief look at him and stepped forward. His sword penetrated the space. A shocking storm of the sword chi took shape as the glaring sword will tore up the space of the great path. The man felt like his body was about to split the moment it happened. The super-powerful sword will locked on him and made his soul tremble. Bang! Jets of death will gushed out. The old man leaped high into the air, wishing to escape. But the attack happened so fast. The sword already reached him almost at the same time it glowed. With a deafening exploding sound, people saw the old man shake violently with the through-and-through wound in his body. He was bound by the sword will and gradually faded away. No! Panic-stricken, the old man let out a bellow before his body blew up. Even the top of the mountains behind him was flattened by the shocking blade of light. All the cultivators in Sanluo Manor fixed their eyes at the source of the commotion with concern. A succession of powerful renhuangs hurried in that direction. Their divine consciousnesses already covered the area and helped them grasp the situation. Before long, several cultivators showed up in the nearby field around the palace where Yi Futian was. Although there was no high-level renhuang, plenty of lower renhuangs and middle-level renhuangs arrived at the scene. Only the chief of Saluo Manor was a high-level renhuang. Even so, some of the middle-level renhuangs, especially the ones at the Divine Will 6th Order, were intimidating enough. The will of death enshrouded the palace Yi Futian was in and turned into a giant death trap. Divine Will 2nd Order and a perfect Divine Wheel. The crowd stared at Yi Futian, astounded. No wonder the middle-level renhuang was slaughtered instantly. A cultivator in the Divine Will 2nd Order who also possessed a perfect Divine Wheel was easily comparable to a middle-level renhuang without a perfect Divine Wheel. A talented one might even be able to kill a middle-level renhuang in the Divine Wheel 4th Order. Several puppets were ordered to move forward in an attempt to ascertain Yi Futian's strength. These ghastly puppets lunged at Yi Futian right away. Yi Futian stood there in silence, and darted a disdainful glance at the puppets. A stream of the frosty wool of the great path flowed out, and froze the entire space. Those corpse puppets quickly iced up soon and couldn't move. Then their bodies were destroyed by the sword will. Quite some cultivators of Saluo Manor frowned with concern. How could this man be so formidable? Yi Futian directed his eyes at one of the men surrounding him and said, "Cultivating in such an evil way, you deserve to die." He floated in midair. The Een divine light shone from the full moon hanging in the sky and illuminated the vast field. Everyone trembled as the bitter and piercing coldness spread through their limbs and crept down their spines. Many middle-level renhuang's faces turned grim. The energy permeated all of the space and suppressed all the other cultivators by slowing down the flow speed of their will of the great path. The divine light of the full moon froze the bodies of the cultivators who were in the lower renhuang plane. "Be careful," the master of the Yu Pavilion reminded others in a low voice. Many people wanted to back off. But the bright divine light shone upon them immediately, carrying tremendous power of the Een divine thunder. Bang! A frightened look flashed across the face of a lower renhuang. His body was smashed to smithereens the next moment. Then, the same thing happened to other renhuangs all over the place. Along with a series of loud and deadened thumps, a number of cultivators exploded and died a gruesome death. The lower renhuangs were not the only ones who were affected. Even some weaker middle-level renhuangs were also destroyed by the Een divine light. Form the matrix. The powerful middle-level renhuangs were scared. They were affected by the Een divine light as well and were exerting their strength to resist it. As the power of death surging inside of their bodies, they formed the Een matrix and created countless terrifying shadows of the Reaper. The divine light of death launched a series of onslaughts on Yi Futian with horrifying ripples of death and was going to turn the mountain he was on into an enormous tomb. Buzz! A glaring divine sword materialized in front of Yi Futian with a clanking sound. The divine sword shot out streaks of penetrating sword will, which blended with the Een divine light. The divine sword flew upward after Yi Futian pointed his finger at the sky. With a string of harsh and grating sounds, the divine sword ripped apart the ripples of death and slashed through the sky. The tomb exploded, and the sword floated in front of the full moon. The sword will of Een reached its peak after the Een divine light released by the moon poured into the divine sword. No one could withstand its power. "Kill!" Yi Futian uttered. The divine sword dashed out like a bolt of lightning. Fizz! 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 The blade of light penetrated the bodies of many renhuangs before the divine sword returned to Yi Futian. The cultivators in the sky were filled with terror. Then they blew up one by one. Han Lin's heart sunk a little deeper as each of his people died. A great number of cultivators were hit, and none of them survived. The master of the Yu Pavilion was also scared witless. He couldn't understand why Yi Futian was so powerful. Did Han Lin bring the god of carnage back to Saluo Manor? Ing Qing's heart was also pounding wildly. Speechless and dumbfounded, she stared at Yi Futian with her black eyes. Yi Futian once told Ing Qing that he had a way to leave. She never thought that he meant to fight his way out. Ying Qing probably wouldn't bother to talk to him if she had known this. How could a man in the Divine Will's second order prevail over the mighty Sanluo Manor? Nevertheless, Yi Futian became the god of carnage now and slaughtered more than of the Renhuangs in Sanluo Manor with one strike. He stood high up in the air, his white robe flapping and billowing in the wind. The sword will spread through the field, accompanied by a frightful and strident wail. It soon overcast the sky and blanketed the entire Sanluo Manor. Buzz! As the sword were raining down from the sky, the mountains fell, and the palaces collapsed with a series of loud and rumbling sounds. Sanluo Manor was razed to the ground there and then. Even though a cultivation method was never absolutely right or wrong, Sanluo Manor shouldn't exist in the world for the evil deeds they committed against humanity. If not for Yi Futian's extraordinary abilities and help from Xiaqing Yuan, he would be murdered and transformed into a corpse puppet by Sanluo Manor. In addition, he was not the first victim of Sanluo Manor. They were apparently accustomed to such crimes. A bolt of terrifying energy suddenly shot out of a palace far away at the highest point in Sanluo Manor. The chief of Sanluo Manor, who was cultivating there in seclusion, was disturbed by the noise. An enormous amount of death will surged into the sky and formed the clouds of death, which looked like the face of the Reaper. Buzz! A massive hand of the Reaper that could easily cover an entire mountain was aiming at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at it briefly. The clanking sound of the divine sword resonated with the endless sword will. Bathing in the divine light, the sword will brought the cleave of all things into play and hurtled toward the giant hand of the Reaper. However, each sword turned black and lusterless immediately after coming into contact with the Reaper's hand and soon evaporated without a trace. A cultivator in the high-level Renhuang plane carried unimaginable strength. The dark hand of the Reaper blotted out the sun and deprived this field of every glimmer of hope. Xiaqing Yuan activated her divine wheel to wrap the black wind condor and herself in the light screen of the lotuses to retain their energy and remain unaffected by the attack. Yi Futian pushed his hand forward. The divine sword thrust toward the giant hand of death. The energy of the great path flowed against the stream and almost shattered the space. Bang! With a deafening thump, the mountain under Yi Futian burst into pieces, and his divine sword was hurled back by the shockwave. Both Yi Futian and Xiaqing Yuan were engulfed by the will of death. Nonetheless, the hand of the Reaper also cracked and turned into an endless stream of the death current. Yi Futian's body shook slightly as well. After all, even with his perfect divine wheel, there was a considerable gap between him and a high-level Renhuang in the divine wheel's seventh order. A burly man wearing a loose-fit black robe appeared in the sky above the ancient palace located at the peak of the highest mountain in Sanluo Manor. His jet-black eyes were staring menacingly at Yi Futian from afar. A person in the divine wheel's second order slaughtered so many cultivators of the Sanluo Manor, and even wanted to destroy the whole manor. Chief! Many people mumbled and greeted the man. They were more stunned that Yi Futian, a lower Renhuang, stood firm against the attack from the chief of Sanluo Manor. It was an astonishing display of strength. Another burst of domineering death will came from a different direction and turned Sanluo Manor into an expanse of death. Under everyone's watch, a corpse puppet flew directly from the Yu Pavilion and stopped in front of Han Lin. It was the dreadful puppet he visited before. Han Lin glared at Yi Futian. Despite Yi Futian's remarkable talent, Han Lin was still determined to kill him here and now. How could a cultivator in the Divine Will's second order beat a high-level Renhuang of Sanluo Manor? Han Lin once had a perfect divine wheel, too, and was aware that cultivators with perfect divine wheels had the strength that exceeded their current ranks. It was common for them to be comparable with opponents who were at 2 levels higher. Some outstanding ones could skip 3 orders. But there were 5 steps between the Divine Wheel's second order and a high-level Renhuang in the Divine Wheel's 7th order. It was by no means a small gap. Yet, somehow, Yi Futian caused a significant loss to Sanluo Manor. "Father, he's mine!" Han Lin said to the chief of Sanluo Manor in the distance. Yi Futian would become his corpse puppet, and Xiaqing Yuan would meet the same fate in the end. But he wanted to reward her well and make her pay the price before that. Han Lin formed a seal with both hands. In an instant, the corpse puppet's eyes were lit up with an eerie green glow. The decaying smell of the will of death emanated from its body. With a rustling sound, countless vines of death grew out of the corpse puppet's body, which looked like a rotten ancient tree. Like a million tentacles, the vines blotted out the sky and launched an attack on Futian. The divine sword rushed forward and hacked at the vines. However, the vines kept growing and were approaching Futian at full tilt. The entire field was filled with the stench of death and desperation. The scintillating divine sword carved out an opening and charged at the corpse puppet. With a crackling sound, the divine sword penetrated the corpse puppet and wanted to destroy it with its terrifying sword will. Nevertheless, the corpse puppet stretched out millions of tentacles that twisted and tangled around the divine sword, aiming to dissolve it. The corpse puppet didn't have a life and wasn't afraid of pain. Its tentacles attacked the divine sword frantically, even as the sword will slashed through its body. On the other side, countless vines of death continued to extend toward Futian. On top of that, each vine had a hideous mouth growing on top that was trying to gnaw at Futian. The light screen of lotuses around Xiaqing Yuan was also attacked and slowly eaten away. The vines were already pressing on her. Futian saw it, and his eyes glinted with rage. A beam of even holier light shone from his body as his superior power spreading out. The area around his body turned into his absolute territory. The invading vines were immediately cleared out. The holy light also shone upon Xiaqing Yuan and drove off the rotten energy for her. Ashen-faced, the cultivators of Silua Manor were staggered by Futian's ability. How could this man become even stronger than before? Besides this kind of power, even Han Lin's expression became grim. The chief of Silua Manor stared at Futian and asked gravely, "Who are you?" To his surprise, he sensed a source of imperial power and the will of the emperor from Futian. What was this man's identity? Why would Silua Manor offend such a supreme cultivator? People in the Divine Prefecture were usually very cautious and intentionally avoided becoming enemies with extraordinary cultivators. After all, so many people in the Divine Prefecture had an unfathomable background. Although Silua Manor had a high-level Renhuang in command and was an influential group in the region, they were nowhere near the top forces in the Divine Prefecture. There were plenty of people Silua Manor didn't have the nerve to affront. "I'm a man who was brought to your manor to be transformed into a corpse puppet," Futian responded in a casual tone. The divine sword inside the corpse puppet's body emitted even more dazzling light as he was speaking. "Break!" Futian spat in a cold voice. Countless vines shattered into dust. The corpse puppet burst apart and disappeared in a flash as the incandescent divine sword destroyed everything. The divine sword hovered in the sky and burned with indescribable radiance. The moon cast the divine light over the entire area. One by one, cultivators of Silua Manor were frozen into ice sculptures and crackled and fizzed. Some middle-level Renhuangs exploded into tiny pieces straight away. Futian darted a glance at the people around Qing. The divine light of the moon fell upon them and took their lives before they could utter a sound. "Silua Manor deserves to be exterminated." The blade of light illuminated the field and produced the mighty sword will everywhere. More cultivators in the middle-level Renhuang Plain were killed by the sword will, a horrified look left on their faces. They would never expect that a cultivator in the Divine Will's second order could destroy Silua Manor. Finally, Han Lin started to taste the fear as well. He stared at Futian, his eyes wide open. How could this happen? Futian was only a random dying man Han Lin picked up on the road. Why did he happen to be such a monstrous cultivator with unspeakable strength? Buzz! At this moment, Futian suddenly sensed danger when a faint silhouette appeared in front of him. He knew he was seriously threatened since the faint shadow could attack his spiritual soul directly. Futian felt like his spiritual soul was confined when the chief of Silua Manor made a gripping gesture at him from afar. He had trouble controlling his body to react to the attack at this moment. Wisps of energy floated out of Futian's body and turned the field into an absolute great path domain. Futian fixed his eyes on the chief of Silua Manor, who immediately sunk into the illusion world created by the eye sorcery. Notwithstanding, he still lunged toward Futian fiercely. Get the F***ck back. Yi Futian focused his eyes on the faint shadow and sent waves of the Yin divine light surging and rolling toward it. The shadow hastily retreated and hid behind the chief of Saluo Manor, where a massive statue of the Reaper had manifested. The Reaper glanced around. The moon and the sun were appearing in the sky at the same time and shone the terrifying divine light directly on him. He was trapped in the Great Path domain, created by the divine wheel of a lower Renhuang. Yi Futian stretched out his hand, which was holding a spear. Infused with the will of the Emperor, the spear spewed out unparalleled energy. Yi Futian became a war god at that moment. The chief of Saluo Manor seemed alarmed. Innumerable shadows of the Reaper pounced on Yi Futian simultaneously and troubled him with an awful feeling. But Yi Futian was still charged with the ultimate intent of battle. A ray of light penetrated the space as Yi Futian stepped forward. The chief of Saluo Manor wanted to back off, yet the spear already reached him. The pure energy of Yin froze the air and slowed down his movement. F***ck off! Panic-stricken, he raised his hands and flailed desperately. But the man holding the spear had transfigured into a beam of light and streaked across the sky. With a fizz, the chief of Saluo Manor exploded. No! The scene struck terror into Han Lin, whose face was deathly pale. Yi Futian turned around and looked at him. Yi Futian held the spear and walked toward Han Lin. Han Lin was already in the mid-level Renhuang plane, but all he wanted to do at this moment was running away. However, he was trapped in Yi Futian's Great Path domain. Where could he run off to? Another bolt of lightning struck. Yi Futian vanished from sight and reappeared behind Han Lin. A spasm of pain contorted Han Lin's face until the moment when his body blew up. The few people still alive trembled with fear. Everything seemed like a bad dream to them. A cultivator in the Divine Will's Second Order wiped out Saluo Manor. Besides Yi Futian, Xia Qingyuan, and the little condor, Ying Qing was the only one that remained alive in the surrounding area of Xia Qingyuan's palace and Saluo Manor. All the other people were killed by Yi Futian, including the rest of the Renhuangs standing behind Han Lin. Yi Futian reigned in the will of the Emperor, but his body was still radiating brilliantly. The rest of the people in Saluo Manor looked at Yi Futian with great fear and trepidation. Since the chief of the manor and all of the top cultivators were dead, Saluo Manor was virtually wiped out by Yi Futian. The cultivators who were still alive were not a threat to Yi Futian at all. The sword will was flowing in the sky and covered the mountains in which Saluo Manor was located. The entire area was sealed off by the sword will. People who wanted to escape were killed immediately. Is there any innocent Renhuang in Saluo Manor? Yi Futian asked Ying Qing. Her answer would determine the fate of the few Renhuangs who were still alive. Everyone in Saluo Manor is either an offspring of the Han family or an outsider who decided to join. The offsprings of the Han family are all engaged in refining corpse puppets. Needless to say, the outsiders are accomplices as well. No one is innocent, Ying Qing replied. Yi Futian nodded. His divine consciousness covered everyone. The sword will burst out of his body and dashed to different directions. One person leaped into the air, attempting to escape. Yet the sword will streaked through space and beheaded him straight away. The same thing happened everywhere else. Following a series of buzzing sound, all the Renhuangs in Saluo Manor were slaughtered in the twinkle of an eye. The cultivators who were below the Renhuang plain were filled with terror. The silver-haired young man seemed like a monster, and the real Reaper in their eyes. Han Lin brought the god of carnage back to Saluo Manor. Take my demonic beast with you and deal with the people below the Renhuang plain, Yi Futian said to Ying Qing. Ying Qing understood that Yi Futian had given her the authority to decide if other people could live or die. Ying Qing had been cultivating in Saluo Manor, but she seemed to be brought here against her will. She was very familiar with people in Saluo Manor, and knew who should be killed and who was in a similar situation. In addition, although Ying Qing had been hesitating if she should help Yi Futian, her behaviors in the past led Yi Futian to believe that she was more or less sympathetic toward him. She didn't want him to be brought to Saluo Manor the first time she met him. Yi Futian supposed that she was a good person by nature. Therefore, she should be the best person to make decisions. Okay. Ying Qing nodded. She didn't turn down Yi Futian's request. It might be sinful to take people's lives, but she was willing to play the bad guy this time. She witnessed many of the crimes in Salua Manor, and had been suppressing her anger all these years. This kind of group shouldn't exist in the world. They needed to be destroyed a long time ago. She just didn't expect that everything would happen so suddenly. A dying man who was picked up on the road and was about to be transformed into a corpse puppet somehow exterminated Salua Manor. Ingqing felt like she was in a dream even now. "Little Condor, follow her and take care of this," said Yi Futian. The black-winged condor nodded. He spread its wings and leaned forward with a menacing look. He had been burning with indignation for the past few days. His master was almost turned into a corpse puppet. He would kill off every single person in Salua Manor if this were up to him. But he would follow Yi Futian's instructions. Yi Futian landed on the ground after Ingqing and the black-winged condor left. He looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, "Thank you very much." Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly. Yi Futian spent days regaining his strength and didn't even have a chance to talk to her. The crisis was finally resolved, and she was relieved from distress now that Salua Manor was destroyed. "Emperor Xia doesn't know what happened. He is probably going to stay worried for a while," Yi Futian said with a bitter smile. He owed Emperor Xia a debt of gratitude for his recognition and appreciation of his talents. Emperor Xia adored Xia Qingyuan, and Yi Futian didn't want her to waste her time on him. Therefore, he lied to Xia Qingyuan before to make her return to Emperor Xia's realm. Xia Qingyuan also felt a little sorrowful at the thought of her father. Ever since she arrived at the Divine Prefecture, she had no idea when she could go back or if she could make it home alive at all. She already learned that she was in the Donghua domain of the Divine Prefecture. Yi Futian turned around and walked to the cliff. He gazed into the distance and said, "I heard that the outer realms are boundless. In the original realm, the 3,000 realms of the Great Path is the land of cultivation. But it seems tiny and trivial when compared with the endless empty space outside. The Divine Prefecture, on the other hand, might be a complete world without those empty space." He couldn't gauge the size of the Divine Prefecture in the short time he had been here. But it was probably impossible for him to return to the original realm in the near future. The divine item Princess Dongwang gave to him could pierce through the Void Realm and bring him out. But it couldn't take him back into the Void Realm from the Divine Prefecture. Thus, it was irreversible. Princess Dongwang sent him here since she didn't want him to die, yet he couldn't stay in the original realm either. Xia Qingyuan walked to him and said in a low voice, "Emperor Xia's realm was the upper worlds when you were in the 9 states. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path were far away from us." Yi Futian understood Xia Qingyuan. He smiled and said, "Your Highness never said these things to me before." He addressed Xia Qingyuan by her title since they talked about Emperor Xia's realm and the 9 states. "Back in the day, I would just order you to take me with you," said Xia Qingyuan. Taking a trip down memory lane, Yi Futian laughed. He looked at Xia Qingyuan's beautiful face and suddenly felt aroused. He remembered the divine goddess in the lotus that night. "I already said that your Highness must be breathtaking in women's attire. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to see that yet." Yi Futian curled his lips and said. Xia Qingyuan raised her face and saw the smile in Yi Futian's eyes. She turned around and went into the palace to change. She walked out after a short while. The entire world seemed to have lost its color in the face of her beauty. Yi Futian was stunned for a moment, and then he grinned from ear to ear. She was even more gorgeous than he had imagined. Xia Qingyuan walked to Yi Futian. Her eyelashes flickered when she realized that he had been staring at her. Her bright eyes sparkled as she asked him quietly, "Am I beautiful?" "No." Yi Futian chuckled and turned his eyes away. Surprised, Xia Qingyuan rolled her eyes at him flirtatiously. "Liar!" she grumbled in a soft voice. Yi Futian didn't deny. Ingqing and the little condor dealt with the remaining cultivators in Salua Manor, and came back to Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. "Is it over?" Yi Futian asked Ingqing. "Yes." Ingqing nodded. "Good." Yi Futian covered Salua Manor with his divine consciousness. Salul Manor doesn't exist from this day forward. You're dismissed. Many people bowed at Futian's direction before they left. They weren't killed because they were not part of the Han family. They were grateful that Futian let them go. He didn't have to go out of his way to sift them out. It was not unusual for a person as powerful as him to kill them altogether. But Futian showed them mercy. Senior, can I follow you to cultivate? One man was brave enough to ask Futian. Many people turned around upon hearing the question. If they could learn from someone like Futian, nevertheless, Futian shook his head. The man who asked the question left in disappointment. Other people also gave up that wishful idea. They were already lucky that Futian was willing to let them go. The mountain range soon became quiet after everyone else was gone. Futian looked at Qing and asked, "Did I lie to you?" Qing sighed to herself. She asked Futian, "You don't blame me?" She was not entirely free from worry when Futian was killing Han Lin and others. He might bide his time to clear the score with her after extricating himself from the difficult situation. If Futian was a petty man, it was not impossible for him to eat his words since she didn't help him wholeheartedly anyway. You didn't have a choice at that time. Besides, you risked your own life to help me. Why would I blame you? Futian looked at Qing. Although Qing didn't do a lot, she was a crucial part of his plan. It was critical that she brought him out of the Yu Pavilion to Xiaqing Yuan. Otherwise, he couldn't be certain that he would get out safely. On top of that, Futian would be finished if Qing sold him out to Han Lin in exchange for his appreciation. That being the case, Qing basically saved Futian's life. Futian wasn't a narrow-minded, spiteful man. I told you that we could make a deal once I'm out of danger. There must be plenty of treasures in Salul Manor. Do you want to pick some since they're all dead now? Futian asked Qing. Qing raised her hand and looked at Futian. Since you acknowledge my contribution, can I give up the treasures and ask you for one thing? Futian promised her that he would give her something once he got out. What do you want? Futian asked. The treasures in the Salul Manor must be in the Renhuang grade. Why didn't Qing want them? He even allowed Qing to pick several rather than just one. Kill someone for me, Qing said. Her eyes suddenly turned cold and vicious. Who? Futian asked. Qing didn't choose the treasures. Instead, she wanted him to kill a person. The current master of the Dongyuan Pavilion, said Qing. Who is he? Futian asked again. Surprised, Qing stared at Futian. A strange look flashed across her face. Futian acted completely normal and looked back at her calmly. Qing realized that Futian really didn't know. How could he not know about Dongyuan Pavilion? Did it mean that Futian was a foreigner who came from another world? Futian noticed Qing's expression and figured out that the person she named was probably very famous. However, he didn't know anything about the Divine Prefecture except for the few pieces of information gathered through the little condor. Are you from another continent? Qing asked Futian. Continent? Futian looked at Qing in confusion. Qing looked more and more perplexed. Futian had a perfect divine will and extraordinary power. But it seemed that he didn't know anything. Then where did he come from? I came from a secret zone in the Divine Prefecture that was cut off from the outer world. That's why I don't have much knowledge about the Divine Prefecture, Futian said to Qing. Was a little surprised. She didn't know that Futian was referring to the original realm. The original realm was a distant concept to the majority of people in the Divine Prefecture. Except for the top forces at the highest level, many people didn't even know about the existence of the original realm. Qing obviously wasn't a top-level insider. Even so, she did doubt him since the Divine Prefecture was boundless and did have many secret zones that were sealed off from the outside. No wonder Futian had such terrifying strength. She was curious about how he was injured and ended up in this area. You do know that the Divine Prefecture is made up of many plates, right? Qing asked. Futian shook his head and responded. Isn't the Divine Prefecture whole? You can say it is whole, but you could also say it's separated. Qing realized that Futian truly had zero knowledge about the Divine Prefecture once she heard his answer. Countless continents are floating in the divine prefecture. They are located in different places or may even be at different altitudes. Therefore, it's not technically a single piece of land, but a powerful cultivator can go to any place he wants. Some of the continents are only a few steps away from each other. So it doesn't really matter to cultivators. Futian nodded slightly in understanding. The countless continents Qing mentioned were similar to the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They were all considered as parts of the divine prefecture. People didn't assign names to each plate, probably because there were too many of them. The difference was that the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were surrounded by empty space, while the divine prefecture was likely to be full. After the Great Emperor unified the divine prefecture years ago, he divided it into 18 domains. Our continent is one of the plates in the Donghua domain. A domain chief's manor was set up in each domain. Although Saluo Manor is also called a manor, it was a totally different concept. The domain chiefs of the 18 domains in the divine prefecture are lords who help the great emperor govern the boundless divine prefecture. I heard that every domain chief is super frightening. Qing was aware that Futian didn't know anything about the divine prefecture. Thus, she explained to him the partition of the divine prefecture in detail. The domain chief's manors govern the divine prefecture directly? Futian asked. Did they operate like emperors? Qing shook her head. The divine prefecture is vast and contains infinite numbers of continents. How can they govern all of them? The domain chief's manors usually sit out. They only get involved in balancing power when something serious happened. Futian nodded. That sounded a little like the empty imperial palace in the Void Realm. They were inspectors and reported to Dongwang the Great Emperor. After the Great Emperor unified the divine prefecture and set up the domain chief's manors over 3 centuries ago, he ordered people to collect ancient literature on cultivation and summoned many cultivators to make copies by hand. Then he asked the domain chief's manors to build a place for cultivation in the largest capital in each continent, and share and distribute the copies there. Futian was visibly surprised. How much manpower and time would such an ambitious project require? They picked Dongyuan City in this continent and built the Dongyuan Pavilion to store all the books and literature, said Qing. Back in the 9 states in the Void Realm, Futian already heard that the twin great emperors established academies around the world after they unified the divine prefecture. It turned out that the original realm wasn't the only one. They even distributed the manuscripts all around the divine prefecture. The master of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Futian remembered the man Qing wanted him to kill. Dongyuan Pavilion was the holy land of this continent. No wonder Qing was surprised that Futian never heard of it. Yes. Qing nodded and said, the most powerful groups in the continent manage the Dongyuan Pavilion together after it was established. They also select the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion in concert. Saluo Manor always wants to join this inner circle and participate in the decision-making process. However, Saluo Manor was excluded due to their unusual cultivation method, even though they are influential enough. Therefore, the chief of Saluo Manor has been cultivating in seclusion, hoping that he could achieve some breakthrough and overpower everyone else. By that time, no one could stop him from controlling the Dongyuan Pavilion. Won't these groups become greedy? Futian asked. Of course they will. Qing nodded and continued. The great emperor distributed the copies of the literature around the world with the intention of sharing the knowledge with everyone. But there are too many cultivators in the divine prefecture, and the books can't be available to everybody. Otherwise, the great emperor probably would be kept occupied for this matter alone. Therefore, the top forces and powerful cultivators became the first beneficiaries of the books since it was easy for them to visit the Dongyuan Pavilion. The groups are obviously greedy and want to share their knowledge with their members, which is allowed. However, since the books are not permitted to be brought out of the Dongyuan Pavilion, no one ever dared to try it anyway. Other groups still want to become co-managers of the Dongyuan Pavilion in order to bring members in and out more conveniently. Futian nodded. The books and manuscripts given to them by the great emperor contained thorough and encyclopedic knowledge. They were the best resources on cultivation methods most of the cultivators could ever get. The top forces in each continent passed the knowledge to their members and then spread it to outsiders through different means. As time went by, all the decent cultivators in the Divine Prefecture would be able to get some exposure. Of course, the less powerful cultivators only had the chance to get their hands on the second-class books on cultivation methods. Yi Futian admired the intention and effort of Dong Wang, the great emperor, and Emperor Yi Qing. They genuinely cared about the cultivators around the world even after they were crowned. Yi Futian wondered what kind of thing made them fall out with each other, and eventually led to Emperor Yi Qing's death. How long did it take for the great emperor to accomplish such a large-scale project? Yi Futian asked. 800 years, Yi Qing answered. Yi Futian was deeply moved. He had been cultivating for less than 100 years in total, yet the great emperor spent an entire century on this thing alone. The Divine Prefecture is too big. Besides taking the time to make copies by hand, people also needed to build places like the Dongyuan Pavilion as depositories and set up matrices for protection. Many cultivators other than the great emperor also devoted a lot of time to this. It was said that everyone who worked with the great emperor was awarded in the end. Yi Qing said. The great emperor did plenty of other things besides this. Do you admire the great emperor a lot? Yi Futian asked. Apart from the 18 domains established by the great emperor himself, there were many other top forces in the Divine Prefecture. Who else would keep ordinary people in mind at that time of division? Everybody was cultivating solely for themselves, Yi Qing said. Most people in the Divine Prefecture admired the great emperor. Yi Futian nodded in agreement. People were selfish by nature. The twin great emperors were indeed remarkable and special in that regard. He didn't realize how popular Dong Wang, the great emperor, was in the Divine Prefecture. So why do you want to kill the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion? Yi Futian asked. He finally came to the point. Hearing Yi Futian's question, a look of hatred flared in Yi Qing's eyes. I was a cultivator in Dongyuan City. My master was an eminent man there and had a close relationship with the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion. They were good friends and often played chess together. The son of the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion was fond of my master's daughter. Although she didn't like him because of his arrogance and smugness, they were still friends due to the relationship between their fathers. Who would have thought that the father and son duel were actually worse than beasts? The master of the Dongyuan Pavilion suspected that my master was becoming stronger than him, and was worried that his position as the head of the Dongyuan Pavilion would be threatened. Therefore, he directed his son to work on my master's daughter. The son attempted to rape her, and eventually killed her during the struggle when she was cultivating in the Dongyuan Pavilion. Then, the father invited my master over and killed him in a sneak attack. After that, he ordered people to slaughter all of my master's disciples to keep it a secret. I survived by luck and hid in Saluo Manor. Saluo Manor was never on good terms with him since the chief of Saluo Manor had been pining for his position as the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion. That's how I got to hide here all these years. Yi Qing's voice was filled with loathing. She had been keeping this secret for so long, yet she couldn't take revenge on her enemies. Besides, she vaguely felt that Han Lin of Saluo Manor might kill her as soon as she proved her path and became a Ren Wang. After all, she heard that it happened to other people in the past. Yi Futian remained calm and composed. Endless conflicts and bloodshed concealed beneath the surface of prosperity in the world of cultivators. Does the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion care about his position a lot? Yi Futian asked. Yes, Yi Qing nodded. The man is a hypocrite who is obsessed with the exercise of power. Being the head of the Dongyuan Pavilion symbolizes his status in this continent, and gives him control over the access to the Dongyuan Pavilion. Anyone who goes into the Dongyuan Pavilion would be counted as his disciple. Maybe some exceptionally talented cultivators will rise in the future. But my master had no intention of competing with him at all. What's his cultivation level? Yi Futian asked. Since the chief of Saluo Manor had been hankering for his position, I suppose they are on the same level. He is probably slightly better than the chief of Saluo Manor, said Yi Qing. It occurred to her that she could ask Yi Futian to avenge on her behalf only after witnessing how he exterminated Saluo Manor all by himself. Moreover, you should go to Dongyuan City regardless if you want to know more about the Divine Prefecture, Yingqing added. I promise to do it if everything you said is true, Futian said. But I need to cultivate alone for a while before that. It may take a long time, and I can't say exactly how long. That's all right. Yingqing nodded. She didn't mind waiting for a couple more years as long as she could get her revenge. Clean up Saluo Manor first, Futian said and left. There should be belongings left in Saluo Manor, since he had killed most of the people. They searched the manor thoroughly yet didn't find many valuable items. Although Futian only arrived at the Divine Prefecture not so long ago, he had fine taste and didn't care for ordinary things. After that, Futian had been cultivating by himself in Saluo Manor. He covered Saluo Manor with the formidable sword will to deter anyone who wished to enter. He would like to advance to a higher level after this narrow escape from death. It was difficult for someone in the Divine Wheel's Second Order to kill a high-level Renhuang in the Divine Wheel's Seventh Order. He had to rely on the will of the Emperor, which he didn't want to use too often. Therefore, he needed to make some progress before venturing out into the Divine Prefecture. Chapter 1868 Year 10045 in the Divine Prefecture Calendar. Year 10045 in the Divine Prefecture Calendar. Futian had cultivated in seclusion for several years. The news about the annihilation of Saluo Manor had spread out. Many people came to survey the area. However, with the sword wolf flowing around Saluo Manor, and the black wind condor patrolling the mountains, no one had the nerve to barge in. After all, the cultivator who wiped out all of Saluo Manor couldn't possibly be a friendly and amicable man. Nevertheless, plenty of people living in the greater area were eager to meet the man who destroyed Saluo Manor and pay their respect. They all knew what Saluo Manor had been doing, and they were gratified to hear that someone had put an end to it. At this moment, Futian was at the peak of the highest mountain in Saluo Manor. Wisps of intense energy emanated from his body, and currents of the great path flowed around. His divine will shone brilliantly, and he was radiating with beams of the domineering divine light of the great path. Xiaoqing Yuan and the black wind condor waiting outside both turned their heads around to look at Futian's direction. A ray of the terrifying light of the great path directly shot at the sky. Waves of the great path rolled over Saluo Manor, and neutralized the sword while swirling around in the manor. So powerful! A puff of the great path hit Yingqing and made her dress flap loudly. Back in the day, even her master and older brothers never gave her such feelings. Although Futian's level was far below her master's, his will of the great path was extremely pure, and the power it carried was just as forceful. Yingqing couldn't help but exclaim. She wondered which secret zone Futian came from. He had such extraordinary talent. He killed the chief of Saluo Manor when he was in the Divine Wheel's Second Order. His ability was further enhanced now that he advanced to a higher level. Although he might not be able to make away with master cultivators in the Eighth Order, he could easily take out a Seventh Order cultivator who didn't have a perfect Divine Wheel. That being so, Futian was more confident about defeating the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Yingqing didn't care that she had been waiting for several years now. It was not a high price to pay as long as she could exact vengeance. She probably had no chance at all if she had to do it herself. The energy of the great path dissipated after a long time. A silver-haired man stood at the edge of the cliff and gazed into the distance. Yingqing stared at him, and wondered how a young man like him reached such a high level. Moreover, it was surprisingly easy for him to achieve a breakthrough in the Renhuang Plain. Yingqing saw that both Xiaoqing Yuan and the black wind condor were walking toward Futian. So she went closer to him as well. Futian looked at Xiaoqing Yuan and cracked a gentle smile. Beyond his handsome face, his refined manner was also quite appealing. Xiaoqing Yuan thought his face was even more attractive than when she met him in the 9 States years ago. He seemed mature and more charismatic now. "Thank you for waiting for so long," said Futian. He finally advanced to a higher level after cultivating for quite some time. But he also knew that he couldn't return to the original realm from the Divine Prefecture after only a few years. He had to be strong enough if he didn't want to be killed the moment he went back. He also needed to have sufficient strength to travel around in the Divine Prefecture. It had been years since he arrived at the Divine Prefecture. He was curious about the situation in the original realm. Since Princess Dongwang issued an order herself, the original realm should be able to remain peaceful for a long time after he died. Where are we going now? Xia Qingyuan asked. Ying Qing looked at Yi Futian with expectant eyes. Yi Futian noticed her expression and said to her, We're going to Dongyuan City. Besides the thing he promised Ying Qing, he also decided to go to Dongyuan City because it was the largest city on this continent, and could help him gather more information about the Divine Prefecture. Ying Qing was only in the Saint Plain and never traveled outside this continent herself. Everything she knew about the Divine Prefecture was hearsay. To some extent, she wasn't well informed of the forces in the Divine Prefecture either. The Divine Prefecture was too big for someone in the Saint Plain. Even a Rehuang could hardly visit all of the continents. Little Condor, Yi Futian called. The black-winged condor suddenly spread its wings. As its body growing rapidly, it became a giant pink bird in seconds. Yi Futian, Xia Qingyuan, and Ying Qing rode on the black-winged condor. It flapped the wings and dashed into the clouds, where it disappeared right away. Dongyuan City was the largest city in this continent, in which countless powerful cultivators resided. The South Mountain was a famous site in Dongyuan City because of a distinguished man practicing there. Some people named him Priest of South Mountain, and some called him Mr. South Mountain to show respect. He was an old man who had cultivated for many years and took in a great number of disciples. As his disciples grew older and stronger, they became an influential group in Dongyuan City. Back in the days, the South Mountain was acclaimed as the next Dongyuan Pavilion. The priest of South Mountain and the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion were also good friends. However, the South Mountain was destroyed overnight. Many years ago, the priest of South Mountain envied the position of the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion, so he led his disciples to lay siege to the Dongyuan Pavilion and tried to coerce his friend to let him be the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Nevertheless, his attempt failed, and the cultivators of the South Mountain were cleansed as well. The incident had a major impact and caused quite a stir. At that time, Mr. South Mountain was indeed qualified to compete with the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion. People could only guess if something else happened behind the scenes. The master of the Dongyuan Pavilion controlled the Dongyuan Pavilion and had tremendous power. No one was willing to offend him by probing the matter. After all, everybody dreamed of cultivating in the Dongyuan Pavilion, and the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion was exactly the man who was in charge of granting access. Right now, a group of people was standing at the foot of South Mountain. It was Yi Futian and the others. Ying Qing wore a black mask to hide her face. Even though she was not a prominent figure years ago, she didn't want to risk being recognized by people. Returning home, Ying Qing's eyes underneath the mask grew red with tears. She stared at the South Mountain and cast her mind back. She studied in the South Mountain along with other disciples. Their master was knowledgeable and treated everyone fairly. All the disciples admired him a great deal and were willing to follow him for always. Now, the South Mountain was still here, yet the people were long gone. A bolt of intimidating energy rumbled down the South Mountain and was directed at Yi Futian and the others. Yi Futian raised his face and saw a middle-aged man walking toward them. His cold eyes surveyed Yi Futian and his companions. "Who are you?" the cultivator walking down the South Mountain asked them. "Who are you?" Ying Qing threw the question back. This was her master's place. The man shot a glance at Ying Qing and didn't reply. He kept staring at Yi Futian. It was obvious to him that Yi Futian was the leader of the group. Besides, he could vaguely sense that Yi Futian was strong enough to pose a serious threat to him. "We are old friends of the South Mountain," Yi Futian said. "This is Mr. South Mountain's territory. Why are you here? He died a long time ago. This place doesn't belong to anyone. What's your relationship with him?" the man kept asking. "Why did he die?" Yi Futian replied with a question. "I'm the one questioning you." The man sounded cold and domineering. Yi Futian took a brief look at him. Then he turned around and was ready to leave. Even though he made a promise to Qing, he wouldn't go to the Dongyuan Pavilion and kill the master of the pavilion straight away. First of all, he needed to find out if Qing told him the truth. Besides, he couldn't deal with the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion the same way as he did with Saluo Manor. Saluo Manor practiced that evil cultivation method, and it was justifiable for him to wipe them off the map. But he could face huge backlash or even bring trouble to himself if he killed the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion for no good reason. After all, the master of the Dongyuan Pavilion was helping the great emperor guard the pavilion and disseminate knowledge, at least in theory. "Stay, please," the cultivator said when he realized that Yi Futian was leaving. He used the might of the great path to add pressure on Yi Futian. Yi Futian released an invisible form of energy and ignored the man completely. He continued walking away. Bang! With a loud and deadened thump, many cultivators at the foot of South Mountain felt a great weight on their bodies and were forced to stop moving. Yi Futian was under much more pressure. A shadow of a giant black turtle beast appeared in the sky and pressed down on Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian was still walking. The potent sword will burst out of him and pierce through the giant black turtle beast. The cultivator from the South Mountain uttered a low moan and stepped back. The might of the great path was also dispelled. "Don't blame me for being rude if you keep pushing." Yi Futian's voice reverberated in the air. People around were all startled by his assertiveness. The cultivator from the South Mountain was a disciple of the Dongyuan Pavilion. The Dongyuan Pavilion assumed control of the South Mountain ever since they exterminated the South Mountain force. Nowadays, their disciples often came to cultivate here. The man heard that Yi Futian addressed the priest of South Mountain respectfully, and called himself an old friend. He wanted to know the true nature of their relationship. However, he wasn't a match for him at all. His opponent was at the Divine Wheel Third Order. His level wasn't lower than Yi Futian's. Soon Yi Futian and the others disappeared. The crowd drew closer to gossip. "This man seems quite powerful. Was he a disciple of the priest of South Mountain?" someone asked. "I don't know, but they probably knew each other. So many masked cultivators came to Dongyuan City. It looks like something big is about to happen. I heard that Saluo Manor was destroyed, and everyone in the Renhuang Plain was killed. The killer then stayed in the Saluo Manor to cultivate." Someone else said, "People in Dongyuan City are saying that that man already left Saluo Manor and is coming at us. I wonder if he is aiming at the Dongyuan Pavilion. This man is probably a threat to the Dongyuan Pavilion since he is capable enough to wipe out Saluo Manor." Yi Futian heard the people's conversation. He planned to pay a visit to the Dongyuan Pavilion. Chapter 1869 Forceful Entry. The Dongyuan Pavilion was situated in the center of Dongyuan City. This was the holy land of Dongyuan City. Countless people wanted to enter this place to train. Aside from a few special regions, almost all continents of the Divine Prefecture seemed to have locations similar to Dongyuan Pavilion. A few hundred years ago, the great emperor personally sent his people over to establish Dongyuan Pavilion. The cultivation methods within were all copied over from the imperial palace and were extremely precious. They were far more powerful than most of the cultivation methods in the outside world. For many cultivators, entering Dongyuan Pavilion was a milestone on their cultivation journey. Outside of Dongyuan Pavilion, many people were passing in front of it. However, only occasionally would someone be seen entering it. Now Yi Futian was standing outside of Dongyuan Pavilion. The terrain was very high here. In front of Yi Futian, there was a flight of stairs. Looking up the stairs, one could see a towering structure at a glance. Divine halos of the Great Path circled around the building. Dongyuan Pavilion was the tallest structure in Dongyuan City. Around Dongyuan Pavilion, there were also many grandiose palace complexes. There were also many cultivators there. Dongyuan Pavilion master trained on top of the pavilion and accepted disciples. In reality, they were similar to a powerful sect clan. They also controlled the best resources for cultivating. Hence, who didn't want to become a disciple of Dongyuan Pavilion master and train under him? Under such circumstances, cultivators who could enter Dongyuan Pavilion were among those with the greatest talents. The position of Dongyuan Pavilion Master was also extremely high. He stood at the top of Dongyuan City. To the left and right of the stairs, there were 2 men on guard. When they saw that Yi Futian intended to head up the stairs, they came forward to block his way. Yi Futian frowned. He looked at the guards before him and said, "I have come to take the Dongyuan Pavilion statue assessment. State your name, place of origin, and cultivation plane." The person in front of him said, "Yi Liunian, unaffiliated cultivator, Rahuan Plain, 3rd tier divine wheel." Yi Futian answered. Yi Liunian was naturally his alias. After hearing his reply, the other party nodded their heads. Aside from being granted permission, there was another way to enter Dongyuan Pavilion to train, and that was by taking the Dongyuan Pavilion statue assessment. In every location similar to the Dongyuan Pavilion, the founders back then left behind a statue to assess the talents of cultivators. As long as the person being assessed passed, they were qualified to train in Dongyuan Pavilion. However, this assessment was challenging. Those who could pass it were all monstrous figures. Very few people could manage to do so. The statue assessment was also divided into levels and grades. The guards were just about to let him pass when a voice cried out and said, "Dongyuan Pavilion does not accept your assessment." Yi Futian was stunned. He lifted his head and swept a glance up the stairs at the person who had spoken. He naturally did not recognize the person. Understood. The guards nodded and continued to block Yi Futian's way, not allowing him to advance further. "Why?" Yi Futian asked as he raised his head and looked at the person. His tone was very calm. "Very few people have passed the Dongyuan Pavilion statue assessment. Too many people come every day. Most of them are just a waste of time. Hence, we carry out selections. The 2 of you have not passed." Yi Futian revealed a strange look on his face. Had not passed? How did the other party carry out their selection? Yi Futian was at the Rahuan Plain, and this was his first time here. He just wanted a chance to be assessed. He had actually not passed? Clearly, the other party was doing this deliberately. The other party was indeed doing this intentionally. They looked at Yi Futian without any concern in their eyes. They even had looks of condescension in their eyes. They needed to agree for Yi Futian to want to enter Dongyuan Pavilion. Yi Futian did not say anything. Before this, someone's will had swept out from Dongyuan Pavilion. Was it for this reason? After all, he had come to Dongyuan Pavilion. For someone to check on him with their will was very common. He did not think much of it. At that moment, his will swept out towards Dongyuan Pavilion. In an instant, the entire region of the vast Dongyuan Pavilion was enveloped within his will. In the training grounds above, there was a group of people who were drinking tea and discussing cultivation. This group of people had extraordinary temperaments. Among them, sitting next to a youth with outstanding temperament, was a silhouette whom Yi Futian had encountered not long ago on South Mountain. Clearly, the other party had rushed over here before he did. At that moment, Yi Futian understood what was going on. The people having their banquet seemed to have noticed that someone's will was observing them. They could not help but raise their eyebrows. The looks in their eyes were somewhat cold. A woman wearing a long dress coldly scolded. "Presumptuous!" The moment she uttered this word, she looked in the direction where the will had come from. From a distance, she saw Yi Futian, and their eyes met. The wills of the others also swept out and landed on Yi Futian. They noticed that the temperaments of Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan beside him were rather outstanding. However, for them to have snooped on them with their wills was somewhat presumptuous and rude. "Who handles affairs in Dongyuan Pavilion?" Yi Futian cried out loudly. The cultivator, whom Yi Futian encountered previously on South Mountain, had a cold look on his face. The youth beside him slowly got up and said, "Let's go have a look." The few of them nodded in agreement. They then walked out from Dongyuan Pavilion. In an instant, they were at the top of the stairs. They looked down at Yi Futian standing below. "He is the son of Dongyuan Pavilion Master, Lu Dongga 1. Ing Qing transmitted her thoughts over to Yi Futian. Upon hearing this name, Yi Futian realized that the Pavilion Master wanted his descendant to rule over the pavilion for generations to come. Hence, even his name was related to the place. The group of people beside Lu Donga had extraordinary temperaments. Their identities were certainly special. The woman who scolded Yi Futian was dressed like a noblewoman. She bore the proud air of an empress, and she could be considered a beauty. The look she gave Yi Futian was somewhat unwelcoming. She was clearly dissatisfied with Yi Futian's offense. "You wanted to see me?" Lu Donga asked in a low voice as he looked at Yi Futian. He gazed down at Yi Futian, and his tone was indifferent. He had heard that this person had claimed to know the priest of South Mountain. Yi Futian was also sizing up the other party. What he had heard in Dongyuan City was not the same as what he had heard from Yingqing. It could even be said to be the complete opposite. Hence, he needed verification. Although Yingqing had helped him out, he could not kill the Dongyuan Pavilion master solely based on what Yingqing had said. He had promised Yingqing. If what she said was true, he would kill Dongyuan Pavilion master. However, from the looks of it, this Lu Donga was indeed an extremely arrogant person. "I wish to enter the Dongyuan Pavilion to train. I wish to take the assessment of Dongyuan Pavilion," Yi Futian stated calmly. "Denied," Lu Donga replied as he stood there. "Why?" Yi Futian continued asking. He did not get angry. "A denial is a denial. I do not need to give a reason," Lu Donga said. In Dongyuan Pavilion, their word was law. Although Dongyuan Pavilion was established by people sent by the Great Emperor, merely constructing these pavilions on the continents of the Divine Prefecture took hundreds of years. They did not have the time to manage these places. Hence, these places were controlled by the strongest cultivators and forces of the respective continents. This continent could not be considered a top continent of the Divine Prefecture. It did not even have a name, and was far from being ranked at all. The Great Emperor would not bother coming down here at all. Hence, in a sense, Dongyuan Pavilion Master held absolute authority here. Down below, many people were looking over here. They had all noticed the commotion. They all looked at Yi Futian. Someone wanted to enter Dongyuan Pavilion to take the statue assessment, and was being denied entry. Usually, once someone reached the Renhuang Plain, Dongyuan Pavilion would not reject them and give them a chance to take the assessment. Otherwise, if even Renhuangs were unqualified to take the assessment, how many people would Dongyuan Pavilion Master offend? However, this time, the son of Dongyuan Pavilion Master, Lu Donga, had personally come out to stop this person. What was so special about this man? Who built Dongyuan Pavilion? Who set the rules here? Yi Futian continued asking. Even more people gathered around upon hearing him say this. Renhuangs were certainly very proud people. Moreover, this person appeared rather young. He would certainly feel dissatisfied when stopped by Lu Donga. Everyone knew who had built Dongyuan Pavilion. Yi Futian was questioning Lu Donga by mentioning the Great Emperor. That being said, what would that do? "Are you done?" Lu Donga asked. "If you are done talking, please leave. You are not allowed to step into Dongyuan Pavilion. The Great Emperor built Dongyuan Pavilion, and it is looked after by someone for the Great Emperor. Currently, do even the servants around the Great Emperor take themselves to be the master of the pavilion?" Yi Futian said. "If you can stand at the top of the stairs, why can't I?" Having said that, Yi Futian stepped forward and walked up the stairs. The surrounding crowd revealed strange expressions. Was he planning to enter by force? Lu Donga and the others looked down at Yi Futian. Strange looks flashed past in their eyes. Was he forcing his way into Dongyuan Pavilion? The people beside Lu Donga all revealed bizarre expressions. These people were all cultivators from the top forces of the continent. They happened to be in Dongyuan Pavilion. They never imagined that they would encounter someone trying to force his way into Dongyuan Pavilion. "If we say you cannot, then you naturally cannot." The aura of the female Renhuang swept out from her body. It was extremely domineering. "There is no point in getting worked up over this," Lu Donga said softly to her. "Let's go." As Lu Donga said this, he turned and headed into the Dongyuan Pavilion. He said, "Those who try to cause trouble and enter the pavilion by force will bear the consequences of their actions." He did not look back, but his voice contained a faint hint of murderous intent. No one doubted what he said. If Yi Futian were truly related to the priest of South Mountain, Lu Dongge would have problems finding an excuse to deal with him. Since Yi Futian wanted to force his way in, he could use this opportunity to kill him on the spot. So what if Yi Futian was a Renhuang? How could a mere lower-level Renhuang stand against the forces of the Dongyuan Pavilion? Beneath her mask, a murderous intent flared up in Ying Qing's eyes. She glanced at Yi Futian. If this continued, Yi Futian would see what sort of person Lu Dongge was. Yi Futian lifted his head and looked up the stairs. Several cultivators stepped forward at the same time. Among them was the Renhuang that he had driven off on South Mountain. He looked at Yi Futian with a cold gaze and said, "Dongyuan Pavilion was built by the great emperor long ago. You will not defile this place. If you want to make that mistake, step forward. We will then consider that an attempt at forceful entry into Dongyuan Pavilion." 1. The characters for Dongge is a shorthand for Dongyuan Pavilion, both names sharing the same Chinese characters. Chapter 1870 Dominance. Yi Futian swept an indifferent glance at the other party and said, "Dongyuan Pavilion was established by the great emperor. How are you qualified to stand in my way?" As he said this, he lifted his feet and stepped onto the stone stairs, continuing to head up. The cultivator revealed a cold expression. Before this, he had been easily driven off by Yi Futian on South Mountain. He was already somewhat dissatisfied about this. Now, in such a situation, Yi Futian had actually dared to force his way into Dongyuan Pavilion. Could it be that he actually believed the forces of Dongyuan Pavilion here today were just for show? A frightening aura of the Great Path swept out. At that moment, his divine will burst forth, and a towering, gigantic black turtle sacred beast appeared in the sky above. A menacing, suppressive Great Path descended on the land. It was as though the sky was being suppressed under the feet of this sacred beast. He extended his palm and pressed down on Yi Futian. A gigantic black turtle sacred beast immediately appeared above Yi Futian. In an instant, Yi Futian and the others sensed a huge power over their heads. Divine light emanated from Yi Futian's body. It was as though he was not affected by the power as he continued to head up the stairs step by step. A huge rumble sounded, and cracks appeared on the stairs beneath his feet. The stairs were made of special material, and were exceptionally sturdy. It contained the power of the Great Path. However, right now, cracks appeared on the stairs due to the immense pressure. The cracks propagated outwards, but Yi Futian still stood tall at his spot like a spear. He was unaffected by the cracks. They began fighting. More and more cultivators gathered below. Even those far away could sense the pressure emanating from this place, and they also sent their wills sweeping over. This was Dongyuan Pavilion. Why had a fight erupted over here? Thud! Yi Futian's steps were not hindered at the slightest as he continued up the stairs step by step. The other cultivators walked up to the edge at the top of the stairs and looked down at Yi Futian. Auras from their divine wheels of the Great Path also burst forth from their bodies. A silhouette dressed in white released an aura that was sharp beyond comparison. In the sky above, terrifying sharp screams could be heard. Many people immediately raised their heads. An astonishing cutting edge coalesced from the Great Path. It was sharp beyond comparison, and seemed capable of destroying everything. Buzz! An unparalleled spear appeared. It contained a very mighty spear will which could shatter the space. It was vibrating in the sky, yet it did not attack. The crowd below pointed to the sky. Instantly, another wave of shocking currents swept across the sky. Another spear appeared. Or it could be said that this second spear was materialized by the unparalleled spear will. Rumble! 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 In the sky, streaks of spear will appeared. Soon, 9 spears were hanging in the sky. The space was suffocating. Attack! His finger pointed downwards, and a sharp scream sounded. The long spear shot down and pierced towards Yi Futian, who was being suppressed by the black turtle illusion. Bang! There was a loud bang. Spear will descended from above and crashed onto a dazzling divine light. Golden divine light flowed over Yi Futian's entire body, forming a golden light shroud. The overbearing spear actually could not penetrate the light shroud. "People up on top, is that all you've got?" Yi Futian sneered. As he spoke, he suddenly stomped the ground. In an instant, the ground shook violently as domineering ripples of the great path propagated. Then, the ripples transformed into a terrifying gale which swept past the cultivators. The black turtle illusion was shattered into pieces, and the spears were destroyed. The power of the great path, exerted by others to suppress Yi Futian, was lifted too. Moreover, the few Renhuangs who were standing at the top of the stairs were forced to retreat back a few steps due to the gale that bellowed past them. Their auras were unsteady. Bang! Another loud crash sounded as Yi Futian took a step forward. The cultivators, who were forced to move a few steps backward, felt their hearts trembling violently. Their internal organs churned while their souls quivered. It was as though their souls would be shattered by this step. However, the sound of Yi Futian's footsteps did not stop. He continued advancing step by step up the stairs. Each step he took made their hearts tremble violently. It was not just them. The expressions of the cultivators in the vast space all changed. Even though they weren't facing the power head-on, they still felt their blood and chi churn as though their bodies were about to shatter from the shockwaves. When Yi Futian took his final step and reached the top of the stairs, an even more terrifying storm of the great path swept out. The Renhuangs who were blocking his way actually let out dull groans and coughed up fresh blood at the same time. Their faces were as pale as paper. They sensed that the power of the great path within their bodies was facing terrifying suppression. At that moment, their expressions changed as they stared at Yi Futian, who had walked up. His divine will of the great path was likely far stronger than their own. When the crowd at the bottom of the stairs saw that Yi Futian had made his way to the top, their hearts could not help but tremble. As expected of a cultivator at the Renhuang Plain, even if the other party denied him access, he still forced his way up. Dongwang the Great established the Dongyuan Pavilion to allow everyone to receive teachings and cultivate. Even those in charge of the Dongyuan Pavilion are just representing the great emperor in managing this place to allow talented people to train in the Dongyuan Pavilion. If all of you can be up here, why can't I? Yi Futian said as he swept a glance at the few Renhuangs before him. The other party was speechless. The people below were also astonished. What Yi Futian said was true. He was clearly stronger than the other party and could suppress them. If these people could be at the top, what qualifications did they have to stop him from also being there? There was no problem with Yi Futian's line of reasoning. However, in the world of cultivation, reason was never proven by words in front of Yi Futian. Lu Dongga's group that was preparing to leave turned around. When Lu Dongga saw that Yi Futian had forced his way up here, he frowned. His gaze was cold. From the ancient palaces surrounding the Dongyuan Pavilion, silhouettes flew up into the sky and came over. They glanced over at Yi Futian. The previous battle had disturbed the cultivators in Dongyuan Pavilion. Was someone trying to force their way into Dongyuan Pavilion? Yi Futian lifted his head slightly. He glanced over at the various cultivators but ignored them after. With his current ability, he originally did not need to be worried about the cultivators of Dongyuan Pavilion. Even if he waged war against Dongyuan Pavilion, he did not need to be afraid. If anyone dared to attack him, then he would not hold back. I came to Dongyuan Pavilion to take the statue assessment. When the cultivators of Dongyuan Pavilion stopped me, I took it as a hint that you are stronger than me. However, if you are weaker than me, yet you dare to stop me, it means that you have gone against the will of the great emperor and have desecrated his highness. In that case, don't blame me for not showing mercy, said Yi Futian. He strode towards the towering building. Many people silently nodded in agreement. Yi Futian's logic was not flawed. Since they attacked Yi Futian, naturally it meant that, in their opinion, Yi Futian was not qualified to enter Dongyuan Pavilion. By right, they should be stronger than Yi Futian. Otherwise, what qualifications did they have to stop Yi Futian from taking the statue assessment? This fellow had actually mentioned the great emperor. However, it was hardly possible for the great emperor to meddle in petty matters like the affairs of Dongyuan Pavilion. There were countless continents in the divine prefecture. This continent was but one of them. It was insignificant compared to the rest. When the Renhuangs, who were defeated by Yi Futian, saw him advancing step by step, they actually didn't dare to stop him anymore. They made way for him. Clearly, they were not confident that they could stop Yi Futian. They had suffered losses at his hands just now. If they continued to stand in his way, they might embarrass themselves. Take him down! Lu Dongge frowned. The few cultivators beside him were all mighty figures. They were gathered here initially to discuss the matters of Dongyuan Pavilion. Under these circumstances, someone had actually forced his way into the Dongyuan Pavilion. One could imagine how Lu Dongge felt now. This would undoubtedly give the other party something to latch on to. The female Renhuang beside him also frowned. Her gaze was cold and indifferent. Her clan and Dongyuan Pavilion Master were allied forces. They had a close relationship and shared the same interests. Lu Dongge had barely uttered these words when a terrifying aura was emanated. A middle-level Renhuang with a 4th-tier divine will stepped forward. This scene caused the crowd at the bottom of the stairs to feel disappointed. Dongyuan Pavilion had actually allowed a person with high cultivation to fight. Even if they managed to stop Yi Futian, it would make them look bad. A terrifying will appeared from the 4th-tier divine wheel of this cultivator. He stepped into the air, and a huge scimitar appeared in the sky. It was extremely sharp. The will of the scimitar slashed towards Yi Futian's body. It seemed capable of slashing apart space. Such a dominant technique. Many people could sense an unprecedented and overbearing aura coming from the will of the scimitar. The Renhuang extended his palm. With the scimitar in his hand, the space seemed to become a world of the scimitar. Yi Futian felt himself descend into a world of the will of the scimitar. Before him, the Renhuang was extremely overbearing. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "Step down, and I can spare your life." Yi Futian naturally did not back down. This was also within the opponent's expectations. The will of the scimitar contained murderous intent. "You seek your own death." Seeing that Yi Futian was still advancing, he swung down. The scimitar flashed in an instant, faster than lightning. The crowd only saw a light flash before their eyes. Their eyes could not see the scimitar at all. It was too fast. The hearts of many people shuddered. Could Yi Futian survive such a slash? Everyone's gazes turned to Yi Futian. The next moment, they narrowed their eyes. Their hearts were beating heavily. Their gazes were fixed in that direction. Yi Futian's arm was raised. Around his body, will circulated. In his palm, powerful currents of the great path flowed. Astonishingly, his fingers were extended and had caught the scimitar. It was not a real scimitar, but one made from the powerful coalesced will of the scimitar. The will of the scimitar was more overbearing and faster than lightning. Not only had it not killed Yi Futian, but it had also even been caught by him. He had caught the will of the scimitar with his bare hand. Even the Renhuang with the 4th-tier divine will felt his heart violently shudder. This was impossible. It was difficult for someone of the same cultivation plane as he was, or even a middle-level Renhuang of a higher plane, to do so. How could Yi Futian possibly pull it off? "You wish to spare my life?" Yi Futian said as he looked at the cultivator. Divine light was flowing in his hand. The will of the scimitar immediately shattered into dust bit by bit. It was as though the frightening scimitar had no power at all. A high-pitched swooshing sound could be heard. A sword appeared before Yi Futian. The sword will resonated within the vast space. The humming of the sword enveloped the space. "Then take a slash from my sword." Yi Futian had barely uttered these words when a divine sword shot across the sky. It similarly stabbed out like lightning. When the other party saw Yi Futian break the will of the scimitar with his bare hands, he was somewhat cautious. He retreated and slashed down at the same time, attempting to avoid the sword strike. The sword and scimitar collided. The sword also contained the power of Yin within it. The scimitar was shattered by the divine sword and turned to dust. The sword slashed across the sky and disappeared with a flash. The crowd only saw that when the sword flashed, the cultivator's body in midair trembled violently. His face revealed an intense look of horror. Then, his figure turned into dust and returned to nothingness. "If I am not qualified to enter the Dongyuan Pavilion, How many of you can still remain here? Yi Futian said plainly. Chapter 1871 Manifestation. Donghuang the Great established pavilions in the Divine Prefecture to pass on teachings to the people, primarily those with outstanding talent. Now, in Dongyuan Pavilion, the various cultivators were preventing Yi Futian from advancing. However, Yi Futian forced his way in and killed the Renhuang who was at a higher plane. If he was not qualified to enter Dongyuan Pavilion, how many people could stand at the top? Such arrogance. Nevertheless, Yi Futian seemed to have the qualifications to be arrogant. In Dongyuan Pavilion, there was actually no one on the same plane who could stop him. Hence, they needed to acknowledge his strength. The people above were not qualified to stop him. Although that was within reason, the Dongyuan Pavilion was controlled by the forces of Dongyuan Pavilion Master. Yi Futian had forced his way into Dongyuan Pavilion and even killed a Renhuang. This matter would most likely not end well. At the bottom of the stairs, the cultivators who had gathered from all around looked at the white-haired silhouette. This person was so domineering. Could it be that there was a force backing him? Was the top force of the continent attempting to seize control over the Dongyuan Pavilion, and hence sent a warning to the current forces of the Dongyuan Pavilion? Otherwise, even with Yi Futian's outstanding talent, he still only had a third-tier divine wheel. If the forces of Dongyuan Pavilion truly wanted to deal with him, how could he stand against them? As expected, after Yi Futian killed the Renhuang, even more cultivators immediately appeared in Dongyuan Pavilion. In the distance, in front of Dongyuan Pavilion that towered into the sky, silhouettes floated in the air. Their cold gazes swept towards Yi Futian. In the sky above Yi Futian, storms of the great path gathered. In a sinister voice, one of the cultivators said, "To kill someone in front of this holy land, do you have any respect?" Yi Futian glanced over at the other party from a distance. The person was a middle-level Renhuang with a sixth-tier divine wheel. Their eyes met. Yi Futian did not shift his gaze. He similarly glanced at the other party with a cold gaze. He replied, "If I did not catch the scimitar just now, it would be a different story, wouldn't it? For forcing my way into Dongyuan Pavilion, I must be killed, is it?" As Yi Futian said this, he continued to advance step by step towards Dongyuan Pavilion. He was looking at the statue in Dongyuan Pavilion. The great emperor wanted to pass on teachings to the world, so he established Dongyuan Pavilion. The person who built the pavilion left behind this statue. The will of that senior must reside within it. If he saw the pavilion that he built be reduced to being used by others for personal gain, and be claimed as their own training ground, I wonder how he would feel. Yi Futian declared, "All of you are defiling this holy land." His voice reverberated throughout the space. It was as though it was a sound of the great path. Across a space of hundreds and thousands of miles, countless people stopped in their tracks. They could all hear this sound of the great path. The forces of Dongyuan Pavilion Master were defiling the holy land? Today, Lu Dongge blocked Yi Futian and denied him entry into the Dongyuan Pavilion. He probably never imagined that Yi Futian would be so domineering and that he would actually kill a Renhuang here. Such a commotion would surely be detrimental to the current forces of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Even more people would question them. Many people were supporting Yi Futian in spirit. These past few years, Dongyuan Pavilion had indeed been completely under the control of the forces of Dongyuan Pavilion Master. Whoever they allowed could enter the Dongyuan Pavilion. Whoever they denied entry would not be able to. Many people accepted this hidden rule, and hence all of them strived to pass the assessment of Dongyuan Pavilion Master to enter the Dongyuan Pavilion. However, that way, many genius figures could only enter the pavilion by joining them. Every time there was a large-scale assessment, to enter Dongyuan Pavilion to train, one had first to become one of them. This situation made many people bear grudges secretly. However, Dongyuan Pavilion Master was one of the top figures of this continent. Aside from a few forces at the same level, who could question them? At that moment, a few silhouettes walked out from the Dongyuan Pavilion. The person in the middle had sharp eyebrows and sparkling eyes. His gaze was like a sharp sword and gave off an extremely powerful sense of authority. When the cultivators saw him appear, They frantically made way for him. They bowed slightly and greeted. Pavilion Master. The silhouette who appeared was actually Dongyuan Pavilion Master. The few people beside him all had similarly extraordinary temperaments. Although they did not release their auras, a faint pressure could be felt coming from their bodies. Among them was a person who had a faint smile on his face. He looked at Futian from afar and said with a smile, "What this junior has said is not without reason. His ability is also not weak, being able to kill a Renhuang of a higher cultivation plane. Although he appears somewhat presumptuous, it is also with reason. Does young Pavilion Master have a grudge with him?" After he spoke up, many people were somewhat surprised. This person who had emerged from inside the Dongyuan Pavilion was actually speaking up for Futian. This would undoubtedly offend Dongyuan Pavilion Master. Obviously, this person was not concerned about that at all. Someone recognized who he was and immediately said in a low voice, "He is Emperor Helian, the lord of the royal family of the western territories of the continent. These past few days there have been rumors that a few top forces had arrived in Dongyuan City. From the looks of it, the rumors were true," said some people in the crowd. They then looked at the other people. The people who stood next to Dongyuan Pavilion Master were the strongest figures of the continent. Many people looked at Lu Donga when they heard what Emperor Helian said. Prior to this, Lu Donga was extremely domineering when he denied Futian entry to the Dongyuan Pavilion. Many people did not understand why he did so. Could it be that he actually bore a grudge against Futian? Even though his talent is outstanding, he is so unruly. A middle-aged figure with extraordinary temperament said. Even if he achieves anything with his cultivation, he will be a menace. How can we let him train in the Dongyuan Pavilion? I do not believe that Donga has done anything inappropriate. This speaker was the lord of a top clan. He was also the father of the woman beside Lu Donga. He was close with Dongyuan Pavilion Master. These past few years, their relationship had grown even close. They were considered allied forces, so he naturally continued to support Dongyuan Pavilion Master. As long as he was in his current position, he just needed to ask to send his clan members to train in the Dongyuan Pavilion. In terms of rules, for a Renhuang to come over actively to take the assessment, would he not even be qualified to enter? Another person said. Is this a rule set by Pavilion Master Lu? While Dongyuan Pavilion Master was listening to these people's words, his expression was icy. He looked at Futian before him and said, "Step aside, let him take the statue assessment." The crowd was stunned. They all revealed bizarre looks. What was the intention of the Pavilion Master? The people beside Pavilion Master smiled as they looked at him. Dongyuan Pavilion Master continued saying, "If this person cannot cause the will of the statue to manifest, kill him then." Understood. The cultivators of the Dongyuan Pavilion responded. There was faint murderous intent in their gazes. No one understood the statue more than them. Ordinary cultivators could not even communicate with the will within the statue. Those with exceptional talent could make the will of the statue circulate within it. As long as they could detect the existence of the will and activate it, they would be allowed to train in the Dongyuan Pavilion. However, wanting to make the will of the statue manifest was extremely difficult. Few people had managed to do so. Futian was arrogant to the extreme. He had forced his way into the Dongyuan Pavilion and raved about wanting to take the assessment. Since Futian wanted to do so, Dongyuan Pavilion Master would give him a chance. If Futian could not cause the will of the statue to manifest, he would be killed. Futian glanced over at Dongyuan Pavilion Master. Kill him? Who in the Dongyuan Pavilion could kill him? Of course, he did not argue with the other party. Since they allowed him to take the assessment, then he would give it a try. Futian walked forward and came before the statue. The master of this statue appeared to be around 40 to 50 years old. His pupils sparkled and contained a frightening look in them. The statue was 100 zhang tall and stood erect in front of the Dongyuan Pavilion like a guardian deity. One could sense a formless pressure just standing before it. Futian's body floated up into the air. He looked towards the statue as it stood there. Although he could feel a formless pressure from it, there was no aura emanating from it. The statue seemed to contain heavenly might within it that it did not let out. Ordinary people could only sense that it was miraculous but would be unable to truly pry further. Futian's eyes changed and became exceptionally deep. They even appeared somewhat sinister. It was as though everything in the world appeared clear to him. When he glanced over at the statue, it seemed to come alive, as though the entire statue was formed from countless runes of the Great Path. It was even connected with the towering Dongyuan Pavilion. Buzz! The crowd saw the statue suddenly radiate light. Many people narrowed their eyes as the statue lit up. So fast. He had actually caused the statue to light up in an instant. As expected, he is truly exceptional. The elder who previously spoke up for Futian praised him with a smile. Emperor Helion seemed very interested in Futian. This Renhuang still appeared to be a young man. He might have cultivated for less than 100 years. However, his talent and combat ability seemed to be top-notch. Murderous intent brew in Dongyuan Pavilion Master. If the other party actually managed to activate the will of the statue, what would Dongyuan Pavilion Master do? The statue shone brighter and brighter. Its 100-zhang-tall figure sparkled with divine light. The aura of the Great Path flowed over the statue. This caused the look in the eyes of Lu Dongda and the others to shift. Although they could also activate the will of the statue, Futian was doing it much faster than they could. Buzz! On the statue, brilliant colorful lights suddenly radiated, blinding all around it. The people below the pavilion cried out in astonishment. They felt that the light was somewhat blinding. Aura of the Great Path emanated from it. The will of the statue manifested. The gaze of many people froze. This was too fast. How could Futian possibly do it so fast? The cultivators of Dongyuan Pavilion were all shocked. Even Pavilion Master was momentarily stunned. Is that all? Futian said indifferently as he glanced over at Dongyuan Pavilion Master. Futian seemed very at ease. He had effortlessly completed what Lu Dongda had spent a long time trying to achieve back then. The Dongyuan Pavilion has not lit up. You cannot consider that as the will of the statue manifesting, Dongyuan Pavilion Master said in a cold tone. He remained calm. He clearly did not want to let Futian go. Is that so? Futian smiled. The instant he finished speaking, rainbow light flowed over the Dongyuan Pavilion. It flowed all the way up until it pierced the clouds. The Dongyuan Pavilion that pierced the sky immediately lit up with dazzling lights, causing even the clouds in the sky above to light up. Dongyuan Pavilion Master's gaze froze. He was actually speechless. How did Futian manage to pull this off? The people below the Dongyuan Pavilion were also in awe when they witnessed this scene. Voices sounded one by one. This was practically rumor has it that the rule back when Dongyuan Pavilion was established was that if someone could cause the entire Dongyuan Pavilion to light up, Dongyuan Pavilion would be completely open to him. The person would be able to access all 81 floors of Dongyuan Pavilion. No one could prevent him from doing so. Dongyuan Pavilion Master intended to make things difficult for Futian. Yet, his scheme had been easily circumvented. How was Pavilion Master feeling right now? Is that enough? Futian continued. If that is not enough, how about this? After Futian said these words, resplendent colorful lights shot out from the Dongyuan Pavilion. Endless divine halos of the Great Path burst forth from the statue. An illusory figure appeared. It seemed to be a manifestation of the statue. The will of the statue had descended. It floated in the sky above. Colorful lights swept out over 3,000 miles. Within Dongyuan City, countless people raised their heads and looked towards the light of the Great Path. 1872 person in charge? In front of the 81-story Dongyuan Pavilion, the will of the statue manifested, and the brilliant light of the Great Path shone for 3,000 miles. Over there, an illusory silhouette appeared. It seemed alive, as though it was actually existing. At that moment, the eyes of the illusory silhouette suddenly opened. In that instant, the hearts of countless people around the Dongyuan Pavilion trembled. Their hearts wavered. This Had he awakened a hidden will within the statue? A divine halo enveloped the statue. The illusory silhouette looked at Yi Futian. At that moment, Yi Futian's eyes seemed to traverse the endless space. He saw the silhouette of a mighty figure in another world. It had not been difficult for him to activate the will of the statue. The person who forged this statue back in the day had left behind a will of the great path to test the people. Yi Futian had also immediately activated the will of the statue, awakening the master of the statue. Hence, an astonishing scene appeared before his eyes. 3,000 miles of space was enveloped in resplendent light. Everyone in Dongyuan City raised their heads and looked at the divine silhouette in their sights. It is the statue in front of the Dongyuan Pavilion. What is going on? The people in the city burst into an exciting discussion. For the statue to have manifested, something big must have happened. Countless people frenziedly rushed over in the direction of the Dongyuan Pavilion. It was not just the people of Dongyuan City. Right now, even the major figures around the Dongyuan Pavilion were trembling in awe. This included the top figures of the continent, such as Emperor Helion. This fellow had actually achieved something that they had never been able to pull off. It was laughable that the cultivators of Dongyuan Pavilion had actually prevented Yi Futian from entering. Even Dongyuan Pavilion Master had intentionally made things hard for Yi Futian and had wanted him to activate the will of the statue. Yet, they most likely never imagined that Yi Futian would reach this step. This time, Dongyuan Pavilion Master had slapped himself in the face. When Dongyuan Pavilion Master saw this scene, the look in his eyes was complicated. Although he was filled with awe, he similarly had cold, murderous intentions. He felt threatened. As Pavilion Master, someone had achieved something that he had never been able to do. The will of the statue had manifested before the crowd. How was he feeling right now? If this person had caught his eye, matters would still be alright. However, they just so happened to have prevented the other party from entering the Dongyuan Pavilion. This was an extreme mockery for them. Right now, Dongyuan Pavilion Master was angry inside as he secretly blamed Lu Donga. Why hadn't this useless fellow not allowed Yi Futian into the Dongyuan Pavilion? Pavilion Master did not know about this matter. However, now that the situation was already like this, he could not change it anymore. Welcome, Senior! At that moment, a few major figures beside Dongyuan Pavilion Master bowed slightly at the silhouette that had manifested. They would naturally show respect to the founder of Dongyuan Pavilion. The silhouette that had manifested did not look at them. Instead, he looked at Yi Futian and said, "There will be no restrictions for you in Dongyuan Pavilion. You can even become the person in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion." "Many thanks, Senior," Yi Futian replied as he bowed in respect. Immediately, the resplendent light dissipated. The illusory silhouette also gradually disappeared. The light of the great path surged into the statue. When everything returned to normal, it was as though nothing had happened. Internally, the hearts of the crowd could not calm down. They were astonished. The members of Dongyuan Pavilion had forbidden Yi Futian from entering. However, now that the founder of Dongyuan Pavilion had personally manifested and appeared, there were no longer any restrictions on him in Dongyuan Pavilion. What was even more astonishing was the sentence that came last. Yi Futian could become the person in charge of Dongyuan Pavilion. What did this mean? The founder had hand-picked Yi Futian to control Dongyuan Pavilion. When Dongyuan Pavilion Master, who was initially bowing, heard this, he raised his head. His heart was as cold as ice. A murderous intent flashed past in his eyes as he looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian could take charge of the Dongyuan Pavilion? Then, who was Pavilion Master? This time, Pavilion Master, as well as his subordinates, had made fools of themselves. Their image was ruined. The cultivators below the Dongyuan Pavilion thought to themselves. This was truly a slap to the face. After the statue returned to its original state, the Dongyuan Pavilion actually became exceptionally quiet. No one said anything, and the atmosphere was somewhat bizarre. It was as though no one knew where to begin. Lu Donga's expression was as ugly as it could be. He was the instigator of all this. Before this, he had denied Yi Futian from entering the Dongyuan pavilion. When Yi Futian inquired about his reason for doing so, Lu Dongge had said that Yi Futian was not allowed to do so because he had not allowed it. He had no reason, and he could decide everything. What about now? Was he going to cast Yi Futian out of the Dongyuan pavilion? Today, the various cultivators had witnessed everything that had occurred. Very soon, this matter would be known throughout Dongyuan City. Lu Dongge couldn't kill Yi Futian and pretend nothing happened. Would their forces still be qualified to be in control of the Dongyuan pavilion then? Most likely, no one would accept the outcome if they tried to do so. Spectacular! Emperor Helian cried out in astonishment. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "This statue has stood here for 300 years. And no one has ever managed to manifest the will of the statue like you have done, little friend. You awakened the founder of Dongyuan Pavilion. Today has truly been eye-opening. It is laughable that the cultivators of the pavilion actually tried to stop you. I wonder what their intentions were. Pavilion Master Lu, are you still going to stop him?" Emperor Helian asked Pavilion Master. He wanted to make the other party look bad in front of the crowd. Clearly, they were not close. It could even be said that there was bad blood between them. If not, Emperor Helian would not put Dongyuan Pavilion Master on the spot like this. Since Yi Futian has managed to do so and the founder of Dongyuan Pavilion has personally spoken, we will let bygones be bygones, Pavilion Master Lu said as he looked at Yi Futian. From today onwards, you can enter the pavilion as you please. You have absolute freedom. Under such circumstances, what could he do? Would he defy the wish of the founder? He could only let things be and acknowledge Yi Futian. Yi Futian would be able to enter the pavilion freely. As for the death of the Renhuang, Pavilion Master Lu could only keep quiet and not mention it. The Renhuang was fated to have died in vain. Yi Futian swept an indifferent glance at the other party. This was beyond what he had expected. Before this, if the Pavilion Master continued to act outrageously, Yi Futian would have immediately retaliated. With Yi Futian's current cultivation, even if he did not activate the will of the Emperor, he should be able to put up a fight. Of course, he was not sure about Pavilion Master Lu's actual combat prowess. Nevertheless, Yi Futian's opponent couldn't take his life. If Yi Futian came again after breaking through to the next plane, that would cover all his bases. He would not release the will of the Emperor in public. It was his trump card. Is that all? Emperor Helian said as he narrowed his eyes at Pavilion Master Lu. With a smile, he continued saying, "Did Pavilion Master not listen clearly to what the founding senior said before?" The master of the statue had manifested and proclaimed that Yi Futian would be in charge of the Dongyuan Pavilion in his place. This meant that Yi Futian could become the new pavilion master. Helian, even though the founding senior said so, his cultivation is currently only that of a lower-level Renhuang. How will he have authority over the powerful ones and control the Dongyuan Pavilion? The middle-aged man beside Pavilion Master Lu said before Pavilion Master managed to respond. "My Helian royal family is willing to aid him," Emperor Helian said with a smile. "Such wild ambition." The middle-aged man coldly snorted. "Do you want to look after the pavilion?" Pavilion Master Lu asked Yi Futian, causing the two of them who were bickering to shut up. They both gave Pavilion Master Lu strange glances. Could it be that he had changed his attitude towards Yi Futian? Yi Futian looked at the other party and revealed an expression of amusement. He asked, "What if I want to? Since the founding senior has spoken, if you want, I will hand over the position of Dongyuan Pavilion Master to you." Pavilion Master Lu explained. "However, since your current cultivation plane is not high enough, we will temporarily aid you in maintaining order in the Dongyuan Pavilion. When you no longer need us, I can hand over the responsibilities completely to you." Yi Futian smiled as he looked at the other party. This was a good suggestion. That way, both he and the other party could manage Dongyuan Pavilion together. As a puppet, no one would even know how Yi Futian died. With so much time, wouldn't it be easy to kill a lower-level Renhuang? The other party might be thinking so. "Many thanks, but that will not be necessary," Yi Futian said. He then walked towards the Dongyuan Pavilion. When he saw Lu Dongge standing to the side, he said, "You denied me entry to the Dongyuan Pavilion, yet I still made it up here." Lu Dongge's expression froze on his face. He had no words to respond to Yi Futian. He could only watch as Yi Futian continued walking forwards. Xia Qingyu and Ning Qing, as well as Black Wind Condor, followed Yi Futian. Black Wind Condor swept a sharp glance at Lu Dongge and said, "Idiot!" A will emanated from Lu Dongge. The look that Black Wind Condor gave him was somewhat provocative. "Brood may not enter," Lu Dongge said. "Dongge!" Pavilion Master Lu interrupted him. Lu Dongge endured it as he watched Black Wind Condor walk into the Dongyuan Pavilion. "Interesting," Emperor Helion exclaimed with a smile. He then placed his hands behind his back and casually waltzed into the Dongyuan Pavilion. This scene caused the expression of Pavilion Master Lu to turn ugly. This old fellow was originally plotting to take his place. Now, was he planning to use Yi Futian to seize control over the Dongyuan Pavilion? Yi Futian stepped into the Dongyuan Pavilion and was astonished by the building. An aura of the Great Path enveloped the entire Dongyuan Pavilion. The interior was all-inclusive. The ancient manuscripts of the Great Path that were carved on the walls could not be taken away from this place. They were carved onto jade scrolls using specialized methods. One could only inspect them using their will. At the center of the Dongyuan Pavilion was a spiraling staircase that extended upwards until the 81st floor. Yi Futian glanced around. The lowest floor did not contain anything that he needed. They were all cultivation methods for people of low cultivation planes. He then made his way up the stairs. Although Yi Futian did not lack cultivation methods, since this place contained the teachings that Dongwang the Great had ordered people to copy down for the masses back then, they must be suitable for all cultivators. There might be some incredible cultivation techniques among them. Ning Qing quietly followed behind Yi Futian. Everything that occurred today had a huge impact on her. How monstrous was this cultivator who was picked up by Han Lin from Saluo Manor? Now, she was not worried at all about her revenge. Since Yi Futian had promised her, he would certainly help her settle it. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.